Okay, I think that we are live. Hello, chat. Welcome. We'll be talking and doing fun stuff once I'm all set to go. But gonna just send out a few social media stuff now that I got it. Lazy, why don't you introduce yourself
Hey,
and say hello?
hello, chat. Oh, this is so exciting. It's good to see you guys.
I mean,
Except for I can't see you because I'm not on the thing yet. Oh, there it goes. Now I'm here.
I'm trying to find the fucking link.
All right, cool. Wow.
Hello,
Look,
people are rolling in.
we're
Hello,
here.
hello, friends.
Hello, everybody. Wow, this is
I'm
exciting.
just gonna be playing some video games. Gonna be talking about what's going on with the YouTube channel and all that. And yeah, hopefully we'll have a nice chill day.
Yes, hopefully it'll be more chill than it is outside because it is like muggy out today.
Oh my god,
Oh,
yeah. I got my AC running, so you know we're doing
me
good.
too. I've had to keep it on. I was at my mother's house before this, and she doesn't run her AC like ever. So her house was just like so hot. It was like 75. I'm like, lady, it is
Talking about
84
what's going on.
outside. Which I get is not a lot, but like still, I was like, I'm dying. I don't know how you live like this.
Right, right.
I did appreciate that the rain though. It's like rainy, you know.
Okay, here's a stream link. I'm just gonna yoink that, yoink that. Hello, King Ken 69. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Nice.
You're fucking freaking me the fuck out. How many
Uh,
people have we got in chat?
I mean, some people have been talking. I'll post it in our Discord call so you can see
Nifty.
where everything's happening. But I'm just making the tweets right now.
It's me, everybody. Hello.
This is Lazy from the previous video.
It's me. Hi. I haven't left. I've been here the whole time. Oh, hey, there's Phineas. I see Phineas in chat. What's up? Oh my god, I love Phineas. He's the best. Surprise appearances from Lazy Bedhead. She just appears in random corners of the internet. We don't know really how she got there. She just kind of shows up. Hmm. Hello. Aw, this is so neat. This is so nifty. I get to like see people watching and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's fun.
I'm not used to live streaming. I should live stream more. I promised my fans I would. I haven't gotten to it yet. I'm terrible, I know. I'm sure after like my after my next videos come out, I'll probably be streaming again because God forbid I need to do
Yeah.
that.
We gotta let the... Wow, fucking chat is going like sicko mode. God. You know what? It might be a good idea just to use slow mode just so that we can...
I think mine's already probably set to that because like
Well,
it's going pretty slow on my end, but
yeah. Edit. Customize. And we'll set it to slow mode. Once every 30
oh,
seconds.
you can do a I'm so stupid. You can do a pop-up mode for fucking the chat on YouTube. I thought that was a Twitch thing. No, you can actually do that. That's so dumb. I'm so mad. Ah. That's so funny.
So funny.
I'm learning all new things. I don't think anyone understands. Like, I have understand more about video production just from, like, talking to Creepy and just hanging out with him than I have ever in a long time. It's a little embarrassing, but...
Yeah. So I'm just kind of letting people filter in now while I do it. But Lazy, why don't you talk about some... because, like, you made a video, right? And... we didn't really talk about what happened in the aftermath too much, and you made that like thing for my video like months ago. So
I did,
so
yes.
what's been going on with you? You've been holding up all right? being a part of apparently the pedo gang.
I'm 3 for 3, baby. I'm counting them up like dollars here. No. Okay. So granted, in comparison to how you guys have been getting it with Moth, apparently even though I'm the pedo defender that like accuses Moth of like fucking having DD and like lying about him, I've never gotten like a cease and desist or like getting privacy complaints like you guys have, which is weird. I feel kind of left out, honestly.
It's just because he's more upset that I'm taking a victory lap right now, and he didn't care about you because he had a channel. Ouch.
Creepy, how does it feel to have more subscribers right now than Plagued Moth?
I mean, about the same as it did before, you know? I mean, like, I don't really, I mean, don't get me wrong, having subscribers is nice, but what's much nicer than that is having the respect of my peers.
Oh, for sure.
Not, like being alone and forced to watch, like, gore videos to make money. Like honestly, just researching that video, I swear to God, I thought I was like, I legitimately started going to therapy. Like that isn't a joke. Like I was talking with like a therapist.
I wish I could afford therapy.
I couldn't.
Just wallow in it.
I got it through my Medicaid. Because I'm autistic. There's like a group in Michigan that like helps you with that kind of stuff for free.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to tell my brother about this. No shit.
Yeah. I'll tell you when we're not on stream because I don't want to out the organization's name. I mostly like to play killer, but I'm playing survivor because I have to talk to chat.
Oh. See,
I also don't usually play on the controller. Oh, this is weird.
What's weird? It's so weird. It's so fucking funny.
Oh, listen, I'm playing on a Duke, right? The Xbox OG. Ooh, what's this? Okay.
I love that there's a specific skin in the game of you, like, covered in, like, rags and toilet paper when that's literally your character.
Yeah, that's why I got it. I had to get it. The person, for those of you who are just coming in, that's co-hosting with me is Lazy Bedhead from the previous video.
Hello, everybody. How many people do we got in chat? Oh my god. Because you said people are just rolling in. I don't know how many people are here.
Yeah, I mean, there's like
500
people in chat right now.
There is no wait.
I'm playing so bad. God.
It's okay.
Hornet bot, whatever. Listen, I think the kind of drama that Moth. Okay, I'm going to. The kind of drama that like Moth like partakes in is like a little bit like fucking more extreme than your basic YouTube drama, you know?
I wouldn't even really call it drama because like at this point it's just like when you start throwing pedophile accusations left and right like that, it doesn't become drama anymore. It just becomes like, okay, okay, we need to chill. We need to back it the fuck up. Rewind.
Get the fuck out of here, homie. You can survive this. I believe in you.
It's so
Make it so I get my deliverance.
Oh my god. You know, it's so funny.
Sick.
Like, it's so funny in retrospect to see, like, the difference in chat, like, months down the line. Because when you started, like, when you made your first live stream on this whole thing, it was kind of a mixed bag. And now it's just, like, now that your videos come out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm much better.
It's a whole different vibe.
I'm much better scripted than unscripted, right?
Clearly, yeah. You and me both, honestly. Dude, I've always kind of wanted to learn how to play this game, but I have, like, too much anxiety when it comes to horror movies, let alone interactive horror movies, such as video games, so, like...
Yeah. Plague Moth did get his channel removed, and it's because, from what it looks like, someone likely filed a false DMCA. The stories that were claimed, I know that they have authors, and I'm not sure necessarily, if any of them, like, come out publicly. I have seen, like... God damn it.
I mean, other than Slime Beast, because, you know...
Yeah. I also got my own false DMCA claims, by the way. So it's like... it's not me, and I don't really think it's Moth who's the one who's DMCAing people either. I
Yeah.
just think it's someone from his community, and I think that, you know, Moth pisses off so many people, it honestly could be anyone.
That's very true. Honestly, like, I thought the reason why his videos, because he said he got his videos down, like, taken, like, immediately 3 copyright strikes or whatever. And I'm like, oh, is this because he plays nothing but metal music in the background of, like, all of his fucking videos? Is that why? Because that would make sense, because, like, he's just playing them fully, like, especially in the Infamous 4 series. His Infamous 4 series is literally just him talking about this horrible thing, this horrible story that's happened in, like, mainstream media or the internet or whatever, and it's literally just paired with unrelated clips of, like, creepy videos and then metal music that he does not own the rights to.
Yeah.
So that I was like, oh, well, and that's just the Infamous 4. Like, I didn't, like, you know, I mean, I consumed a good majority of Moth's content to say that that's, like, not the majority of his content is that, but, like, it's a good amount of it.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, okay, maybe some fucking, like, metal band saw that he was he was using their music without permission. Like, that would make sense. But then it was related to creepypasta stories, and then you had to explain to me how the DMCA system works with creepypasta stories, which I didn't even think was a thing. Because I'm just like, aren't these just public stories? And you're like, no, they're not. And I'm like, oh my god.
Like,
The creepypasta community is crazy. Obviously not as crazy as this, but, like, it was wild.
yeah, like, the thing is that, like, it's really not a back and forth like people have been saying. You know, like, people like to say that we're both perpetuating this drama, and the answer is, like, I've tried everything to work out our issues and try to solve this behind the scenes. At one point, I even DM'd Moth on Twitter. Actually, it was right after he made that video about me. But yeah, I DM'd him on Twitter, and I was like, do you want to, like, talk this out? Like, because this is, like, getting insane. I tried working with his mod, and Moth basically accused me of intimidating him into, like, I don't know. Honestly, it changes.
Did he, like, reach out to you, though?
No, I reached out to him because there was that one screenshot of people, like, him, like, in the general chat saying, hey, I wish someone would have reached out to the mods.
Okay, and then you reached, okay. Well, then
So-
you were just doing what he was asking, weren't you?
Yeah, literally that. And Moth kind of twisted that into, like, I'm intimidating him into agreeing with me.
I mean, he could have just said, no, I don't agree. Like, if the mod that you talked to, if this moderator was, like, so pro-Moth and so anti-you, then while you two are having that conversation, he could have just, like, gone up your ass, you know?
Right.
Moth's whole thing is that, like, he needs his audience to not have any free will whatsoever. And if they did have any sort of sense of, like, you know, not thinking that what he's doing is right, then that means they're either being manipulated against him, or, like, they were secretly not even real fans and they were against him the whole time. Like, just all these conspiracy theories. When it's so much more, in reality, it's just like, you cause most of the problems. You, like, at what point do you realize that you're the problem?
There was a point in time. I fucked up! I am not good on the controller. Why am I playing on the Duke? Why am I playing on the Duke? Why am I playing on the Duke?
I don't know. Why are you doing this?
I shouldn't be. You know,
I just want you to know that I'm watching this stream with a delay, so, like, I'm not sure where you're fucking up, which is even funnier. I'm getting the context of how you fucked up years, like, minutes later.
Yeah. But, yeah,
It's so funny.
long story short, Plague Moth basically was... I tried working with him, you know? Like, I legitimately wanted to end things because, like, I mean, look at the upload drought on my channel, you know? Like, I'm not profiting from this at, like people seem to think I am, right? You know,
Right.
like, I don't get money or the ability to pay my rent through tweets.
Could you imagine if you did? Oh my god. I mean, that's a feature on Twitter. You could easily just sign up for whatever partnership program they have, but like...
And Tack asks the question, could you take this to court if it came down to it? And the answer to that is, I would be willing to, but you have to consider this, where across state lines, it's a cyber crime, right? And furthermore, I don't even know what kind of lawyer I would need to reach out for this. I reached out to, I started talking to this one guy who's like one of those YouTube lawyers, like one of those people who are a lawyer that has a YouTube channel. And unfortunately for them, unfortunately for me, I gotta wait to see if I can find a lawyer that is like even willing to take this up. And then at that point, I have to get a quote and figure out how much that's gonna cost me, right? Because I don't know how much that's gonna cost me.
Right.
And at that point, I gotta figure out if it's in my wheelhouse to afford it through my own funds. Oh, poor Fang. Or if I have to go get a GoFundMe, and then it would depend on the success of the GoFundMe. But I'm not like in a financial position to like be starting civil suits with this guy, right? And it's not like this has gone into criminal territory as far as I'm concerned or aware. Either that or the, you know, I don't know.
That's a weird thing too with this whole situation, is that most of the time when people get involved in like YouTube drama specifically like this, they want to take the legal route immediately. They're like, well, what are they doing that's illegal? What is it that we can prosecute them for? Because accountability doesn't really exist on the internet unless somebody's going to jail.
Right.
Or at least unless somebody's getting sued.
Exactly.
With Moth, it's so fucking frustrating, because you would think, this guy's watching very graphic content. That should be illegal. Nope, technically that's not illegal because of the Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah,
they can watch
like...
whatever the fuck they want. And then you, like, watch some of his more stuff, like our stuff, like R Snuff 73 or something like that. I don't know if it's that one specifically, so don't quote me on this, because I've never seen it. But he would watch certain snuff films that would use the album Pseudo Scorpion. And for those of you who don't know, Pseudo Scorpion is a deep web album that remixes CP. Like, into the actual music. So you would think, oh, that's gotta be illegal. That's CP. Technically, no. Audio of CP is not illegal. Visual CP is. So you're like, come on, man, what the fuck? Like, what the hell can we get this even guy on? And it's like...
It's not like, again, I'm not, like, coming at him from a legal ground either, you know?
It's more, at that point, you'd have to take the moral high ground, which is like,
it's not even about, like, being a moral high ground or whatever. The fact is, he was breaking TOS. I actually fucking agree with that TOS, and this mother, like... Gonna calm down on my language there, but this guy... He quite literally has been flagging my videos on TOS terms. And he's recently started filing privacy complaints in accordance with the TOS. So naturally, I complied with that. And if you're noticing that some bits of the video are now blurred, it's because I was complying with the points at which he wanted censored. Specifically, the legal full name that was shown when I was showing the cease and desist, which, again, no lawyer signed on to it, and while you can send that as a non-lawyer, it just, like, kind of shows that he is, like, you guys need to understand that the point of that cease and desist is to, like, initiate a lawsuit. Like, if I keep bothering him, if I keep breaking this law that he's alleging I'm breaking, then this would serve as, like, a point of reference to say, look, he knew what he was doing, and he kept doing it anyway, which helps his case if it were to go to court. But since he has no intentions on taking me to court, it's a silly email with his public name associated with it.
Yeah,
but
I think
I understand that he doesn't want his full legal name out there, and I'm willing to comply. I didn't say his full legal name in the video. It's only in the text format. I prefer to call him Plagued Moth because the entity at which I have an issue with is Plagued Moth. I don't really care about anything else other than what Plagued Moth is doing with his community and against me and against a trans kid and against, like, literally everyone that gets near his orbit. Like, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. It's strange just because like.
Hi,
Yeah.
Savox. I just, since you're new here, I'll just let you know, Moth has been filing privacy complaints, and I'm just explaining what I'm doing. He's been saying that it means I have to take down the video. Not true. I just got to censor out his full name. And the only time that showed up was in the cease and desist and the Slime Beast segment where he showed the DMCA, which,
Right.
again, like, he's a public figure with 400,000 followers.
I just think it's strange because it's like it kind of feels like Plague Moth doesn't really know how like the internet works because he talks about all the time about like especially in regards to the Ripper stuff how like people with no VPNs and who uses school emails can just peruse the dark web without getting caught for a year, and it's like that's not how that works. Like it feels like the dude funnily enough, for the dude who gets inspired by Mudahar, the guy who is big into virtual machines and using VPNs to hide your identity, you have no idea how the fuck anything on the internet works. Like, absolutely none whatsoever.
All right,
Yeah,
now time to play a real game of Dead by Daylight now that I'm using my
Let's go!
No,
Let's go!
Not killer, not killer. It's impossible to do that. But yeah, like, I just wanted to have a chill stream to talk about that because I don't know what's going to happen in the near future. I do want to let you guys know that the original live stream is going to be taken down. And it's not because I'm a coward. It's not because I don't want it up to display my mistakes. It's because Plague Moth filed a privacy complaint. Actually, I don't know. Okay, I'm going to take back that last statement. I don't know if Moth filed a privacy complaint against me in the live stream. I know that one was filed. I didn't look at the links or the timestamps in which they said it happened because I have no intention on spending 3 hours trying to censor something I don't stand by. If the guy really wants that live stream down, I'll take it down, dude. I'm not making money off of that. I'm not like...
Not to mention it's kind of got outdated information anyway.
It's outdated. Like, it's not something I stand by. I'm like cringy.
Your video is a better representation of how you feel about this whole situation.
It's more accurate too, and it's not 3 goddamn hours.
Yeah, it'd just be easier to, you know, just like kind of take off like any misinformation that's coming on your end and just be like, this is my full official statement on this, you know, and then just like when it comes to the live stream, just be like, I disavow that and whatever. And then like it's just not good just to have up because it's like the full updated information that is more precise and well put together and presented is already out there for you as your official statement. So it's like having the live stream up seems kind of pointless when it's like this is how I actually feel, where the live stream is kind of a last minute decision. I'm going to assume.
Well, I decided last night that I wanted to stream.
Right.
Give me 1 second here.
I think the best part about Dead by Daylight, though, is that it makes fucking playing either as the survivor or the murderer.
Hey, we're gonna add in Wet. Is that cool?
Yo, let's go.
All right, we're gonna be adding in someone who wanted to share their side of the story, because they weren't included in the video, but apparently they got some stuff to share. And we're gonna let them talk for themselves.
Wait.
And we now play the waiting game. It's my favorite. Hornet, I just wanted to say I did reach out to Leo. I did talk to him about the video. He knows about it. I'm not going to talk about the extent or whatever. If he wants to talk about that, he can. But I did reach out to several friends to look over my videos. Specifically those who are more savvy with that kind of stuff. Hey, what?
Yeah, I was just listening to y'all talk about him fucking filing the... Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse my French. Filing those privacy strikes.
You're good.
And it's crazy because I could name like 4 different people that he went out of his way to make sure everybody knew their legal first and last name.
Oh, no.
Like, it's just like the pot calling the kettle black.
All right, I'm adding Lazy in too. I hope that's cool with you.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm playing a video game, so having another person to host
Dude, I was getting so much feedback loop that I felt like I was going through a fucking tunnel. I was like, what the hell is happening?
Oh no.
It's because I had this
Oh no.
stream on.
Oh no. Oh no.
I was trying to listen to the stream audio while also listening to this conversation at the same time. You know, like a genius would.
Yeah, that's not smart, man. That ain't smart.
The overstimulation I just had with that. That's so funny. Anyways, how's it going? What? It's been a minute.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
That's good.
Kind of just played my full hand here the other day.
Oh boy. How's it been going?
Yeah,
Oh no.
Well, put it this way, I got banned from HiveMind about 20 minutes after I joined Creepy server.
Really? No shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Honestly, I'm not upset.
I mean, you knew you were probably gonna get banned the moment you found out you were messing with him anyway.
It's just like shocking that it happened so fast, you know?
That's true.
I got a strike, like, I think it was about 3 weeks ago for antagonizing Moth and Andrea.
What the hell were you saying? What were you doing?
Pretty much, so like, I felt the entire time this situation's about optics, and I've also felt that 95% of it has just been shit throwing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of voiced that here and there throughout the chat, and Moth doesn't like it too much. So basically, the guy cannot handle constructive criticism. Not from his best friend, not from his wife, not from his most fervent supporters. You know, the people that give him thousands of dollars. He cannot handle constructive criticism from them. He will cut quite literally anybody off to make himself right.
Damn, I'm sorry to hear about that, man.
I'm not.
I know that you were trying really hard to try to like bring him back to earth. Because you seem to, like, from what I understand, you were, like, one of the more vocal mods about this whole thing. At least in terms of, like...
So, I actually wasn't a mod,
I'm sorry. I'm getting these confused. I'm sorry. I don't mean to call people mods when they're not. It's more of just, like, I don't know Discord words, and I'm kind of an idiot, so, like...
Like, I modded his, Twitch chats for a while. That was... Okay. Yeah. That was pretty much the extent. Thank God I never got through there.
I'm not gonna be putting Moth on like any worst YouTubers lists. I already talked about him for an hour. I think that's more than enough. Anyone should subject themselves to talking about Moth.
Yeah, it's definitely unhealthy. It's an unhealthy world to put yourself in.
Like let's be real. You don't want to be thinking about the same person all day, every day for months on end. And it's not like you can avoid it, because every time they do something or they say something, you know, someone has to tell me, because they're calling me a pedophile again, or a pedo defender, or saying that I hang out with Fergie, or that, like, I distribute, or I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's such heavy accusations delivered from such a widespread source that you can't ever really escape that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm kind of thankful he shouldn't have any dirt as far as anything like that.
Because I don't do anything.
Yeah, he is notorious for like just instinctively calling people pedophiles, though.
No, really?
Wait, you're fucking with me. We're not the only ones.
It's been a trend. No, this has been a trend.
Okay, well, can I just say this, right? I need people in this chat to understand. I completely, 100% understand that in the past, there have been very colorful characters, we'll call them, who have accused Moth of the things that they themselves were guilty of. I am not in denial of that whatsoever. I have seen... I know most of Plague Moth's story about his, like, online presence and, like, all the dramas he's gotten involved in, like, the back of my fucking hand. Sort of. Kind of. I understand that people have come out against him, especially on Reddit, who were themselves pedophiles, whatever it may have been. And
yeah, I knew about Jimmy J before, like, going into this.
Yeah, like,
because I saw the Jimmy J video, and then I looked into him, and then I was like, oh, this guy doesn't seem like a good dude. I should probably double check everything.
He has a whole Kiwi Farms thread where he was like, apparently what they were accusing him of on the Kiwi Farms thread, and I'm not gonna take this as 100% verbatim because it's Kiwi Farms, but they were saying that Jimmy J was like cosplaying as like a girl in the server, like trying to pretend to be an underage girl to get Moth to get dirt on Moth essentially, to try to
which
fuck them up or
again
whatever.
is kind of shitty. Let's like
That's
you know,
incredibly shitty. So
we
I'm
we may
sure
not
this-
like Moth here, but we also understand that like doing that is kind of degenerate.
Right. Not
So
to mention.
so really quick, it's important at this point to mention I have tried. I've been one of Moth's most active supporters. Right. I was the 4th most active in a server all time.
Wasn't Churi the most active?
Yeah, Jerry was number 2. Moth
Yeah.
was number 3, and I was number 4.
Isn't it weird that the miner was more active than Moth? And
See, that was always like there was at this point like that was pretty curious. That was pretty curious.
I mean that's I'm not accusing Moth of doing weird things to minors. I'm just saying like I can't point to a video that Moth has made that I would think would be acceptable for someone in high school to watch.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, like I think all of us completely understand to an extent that like there's been some horrible people in Moth's life that have tried to accuse him of terrible things in the past that they themselves were actually doing.
Yeah, I mean
However, that doesn't mean by default that all criticism after that is gonna be from pedophiles. And I told him this, I literally was talking to him about this too. I literally told fucking Moth this on Twitter. I was just like, dude, I understand that you've had like unfavorable people come after you in the past, and that sucks. But that does not mean that all criticism after that is gonna be from pedophiles. And it's like you projecting
the big
that.
thing with Moth is like, yeah, that exactly. He's projecting it. And
Yeah,
me
and he got so
personally,
pissed. He got so mad when I pointed that out. He's like, "Don't psychoanalyze me, you bitch." And I'm like, "Okay, fair enough. I'm not a therapist, but like, I don't need to be a therapist to diagnose you as a jackass. You know what I mean?"
Yeah, especially early on, like, well, I say early on, for about a year, especially before I started talking with y'all, I would go and I would make, alt accounts because it's like, at this point, like, people in the server know how I talk. They know the words I use. Like, I've almost given that away a couple of times, but every single time I've made an account and tried to post.
No shit! I got bamboozled. Okay, sorry.
Like, literally tried to come at Moth from the perspective of a person that just wants to see him prosper. He's accused me of being Fergie like 4 times. He's accused me of being Jimmy J.
Oh my
He's accused
fucking
me of being
God.
Soldier Sam. He's accused me of a lot of shit. And it's like
Why?
every single alt account. He's under the impression that these people have hundreds of accounts. And the simple fact is, no, there's hundreds of people that don't like what you're doing. Probably a lot more.
Is he just in denial that like people just don't like him? Like I understand that people
That's
don't like
closer to the
me.
truth. I think that's closer to the truth than the narrative he gives.
Okay. Because like here's the thing,
it's literally he's manipulative, right? So it's weird. It's like this fucker is like the Charles Manson of YouTube almost, or he's trying to be.
Can I just like say something here too? I'm not here to call Moth a cult leader or like someone who's.
I am.
He's a YouTuber who has an ego, right? Like, let's not give him more credit than he's worth.
See, it's easy to say that when there's just drama involved, but when you're seeing the hundreds of people that like will literally bow to his every want and whim.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's to
the point to where they'll get hostile. People that were harassing you, like giving you death threats, weren't even in the server when the drama started.
Right.
Put that in mind. It takes that little amount of time for him to radicalize somebody. So when I say he's this Charles Manson like person, I'm not saying he's trying to start.
Yo,
a race
anyone
war or
from
anything
chat
crazy
want to
like
be a
that.
mod? We could get some help getting rid of these TND losers.
I don't see him. I don't know what the hell is going on.
In the Discord. Sorry, in the chat. There's someone there's like crypto accounts spamming the word TND.
Oh, that's a crypto thing.
Yeah, I
didn't
started.
know.
I'm trying to ban them, but it's kind of hard to play the game and ban. So if anyone
It's if you get Phineas to do it, I'm sure Phineas will be okay.
No,
but-
no, no. It's
Phineas is
I
a
don't
good
think it's Moth, right? It's probably crypto scammers.
See, unlike Moth,
The
we
the
don't
accounts
accuse
seem to
every
be
horrible.
associated with crypto people. I
See,
don't
unlike
think there's
Moth,
an
we don't think that like Plague Moth is behind literally everything. Where Moth is so paranoid that he thinks that every single instance is us. Unlike Moth, we don't think that this is him. we're not that stupid.
Yeah, no,
or
no,
paranoid.
no. We're not. I don't want to make that claim. That's not a good claim to make.
Like, honestly, at this point, I've considered, like, paranoid schizophrenia. Or just, like, a god complex.
No,
Like,
there's
I mean,
definitely,
some
like,
Machiavellian, like, dark triad type shit.
honestly, they both have that issue.
Yeah, they do. And between the two of them, it's like
I don't
fire
know.
on
I
gas.
don't know
Like-
who's worse, Moth or Andrea. Like Andrea, like just goes sicko mode. Like she knows she's fucking lying. She knows it,
Yeah,
and
I
like
would say-
still will like perpetuate this like myth, like a fanatic.
So I haven't had entirely too many interactions with Andrea. The last interaction I had with her, I believe, and I actually, shit, I might have screenshots of this. It was from when I got the strike for antagonizing them.
That's funny.
She basically told me, she was like, if you believe that there's ever been gore, that we sell gore to children, leave the fucking server right now. And it's
Like, here's the
It's like,
thing. Like,
lady,
I'm not.
I know
I wasn't
videos
like. Again, that
existed.
was never my claim too. Like, I'm not saying or saying like, oh, Plague Moth sells gore to children. I'm like, Plague Moth doesn't care if he sells gore to children, right? There's a difference.
well, yeah. So the big thing.
It's
is,
like
so
one's
they-
like
they
I
hide
want to
behind-
sell to children, a positive affirmation, and the other is kind of like, hey, you know, we're just not gonna check. We're not going to verify.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm
their
gonna move
big
over to
thing
my
is they-
phone real
they
quick because my
hide.
boyfriend wants to get on. So I'll be right back. I'm just gonna set up my whole thing differently.
No worries.
All right, cool. I'll see you guys in a bit.
So his big thing is like he hides behind, you know, like TOS. He hid behind Patreon's TOS and he said, oh well, everybody here that uses a card needs to be a certain age. And it's like, I'm sorry, like I was using a card to buy stuff on the internet at like 12 years old.
I've
13
been,
years
I,
old.
dude, literally, I was a YouTuber at the age of 14 with a fucking PayPal account that worked. With a Patreon! I had a
Exactly.
Patreon at the age of 15 where I was making money. Like, it's not hard, and it's not like they enforce it. And, you know, and I wouldn't
No.
even, like, care that much if he wasn't already IDing people. Like, let's be real here. He was, like, he was IDing people already. This wasn't, like, an unreasonable thing. It was, like, a small critique, right? And he latches onto that. And because you said, hey, maybe you should ID the people trying to watch the gore, too, now it's like, oh.
Well, his big thing is like he knew a lot of his pay pigs were like underage. Like I swear, like if he knew that YouTube was gonna be gone right now, like if he knew that 3 months ago, he would have never purged the server. He would have never kicked all those people out. Because if you're looking at like his numbers now, like he's trying to ban evade essentially, which is funny because that's gonna end
Well,
up
there's
being
there's
what
a
gets him
possibility
fully
that
banned.
he's not technically ban evading because if the second YouTube channel is under his wife's name, technically that's owned by a different person, and he's still allowed to technically appear in YouTube videos and/or be a host in them.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it's LLC'd under his name, Moth Media Productions.
Right, like it's under the
that's, like,
Moth
his
brand, but we don't know if the name
Yeah.
on it is Andrea or his. If it's under Andrea, Andrea isn't banned.
Well, to be honest, better luck to him. Maybe, you know, she could be the one that does YouTube instead from now on. But it's just. It's ridiculous. This entire situation, man. I talked to you a while
Like
ago.
like
about how I
remember
had to take a step
Keemstar?
away.
You know Keemstar? You know how he got around the ban?
Yeah. I don't actually. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that.
So Keemstar, from what I understand, back in the day got banned, but his network, Freedom, was the one who took ownership of the channel, right? And because he took ownership of the channel, and Moth was just Keemstar was just a host, he was allowed to be in the video. Oh yes, I made it. I made a sacrifice.
Basically, he was using it almost like a shell company. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So you like the what matters is the owner of the channel, not necessarily who's hosting it. So that's a possibility of how he's getting around it.
Abandon her, right?
I mean, yeah, she's also
like harassing like 15-year-olds and shit.
Yeah, I mean they're doing that.
Like at this point, I picture them, and I picture that kid. I forget their name. Fuck.
Ringo.
Yeah. I picture like them just like holding Ringo upside down, shaking.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I'm sorry.
They
need to steer very clear of people like Moth.
I'm back. I've been here this whole time. Nobody saw anything.
For those of you who are wondering what happened to Plague Moth's YouTube channel, someone filed a false DMCA. I looked on Reddit and found what I believe to be Andrea posting the DMCA emails. Basically she censored the email, but it wasn't really censored. Like you could, it was in black, but you could see through it. So I looked at the emails, and none of them are like associated with any of my accounts. So if I wanted, like, even if I were to like show my copyright history, which I'd be totally willing to do if I have to, but I don't think it's going to prove anything because the accounts that copyright struck her have nothing to do with my business accounts. So if they're making the claim that it was me and Slime Beast, they're making the claim that we're also using burner emails and also using like fake names. All they got is like the kind of circumstances around it, which I get it. It's fishy because I took forever to make my video. They get banned and then my video comes out. But the reality is that I spent 5 months working on a video, and near the end of it, they got banned, which made editing that video a fucking bitch.
It was a nightmare. Are you kidding? I was panicking because I'm like, damn it, there's so much I wanted to save. No.
It wasn't censored. It was like an attempt was made, right? Like an attempt was made.
We tried.
I've watched Moth go on rants so many times, specifically about YouTubers being censored, like censoring YouTubers. Like that's his big thing. He feels he has been censored his entire career, and me in my head, I'm like, bro, you can't show like uncensored, C and B, torture. I'm not gonna say the words C and B torture. I'm not gonna say the words. He showed over 40 seconds of that completely uncensored on YouTube and kept that video up for a hot minute. Like that was a slip up on him, but that in its own right, I'm sorry, showing male genitalia be mutilated, it could definitely get you just a permanent ban on YouTube. Like, and there's screenshots of him like joking about it. There's screenshots of him joking about this.
Oh my god.
He literally.
I actually
verbatim,
did see those
"Remember that
screenshots.
time?"
I didn't include it because like. Yeah. You saw Lazy's video. You could make like a 2-hour-long video. Right.
Oh, you can make a 10-hour-long video, and to be honest, like you would still just touch the surface. Like it's literally a rabbit hole.
I'm not trying to be mean to you, Lazy. You're good. Your video isn't bad. I'm just saying that.
I'm looking at this next video I'm making on Plague Moth, and I'm like, 2 hours.
You got. I do definitely
there's
recommend.
Definitely a market for long form content.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, for me, right, like, I don't want to cover every single bad thing this guy ever did in his life because, like, I don't have the energy to go that far into it. What I wanted to do is just prove that Plague Moth lies about his detractors. That he doesn't address the criticism, he just starts pedo-jacketing everyone while claiming that he's being pedo-jacketed when I'm going to state right now, Moth isn't a pedophile. Right?
Absolutely.
No,
I mean,
he's got kids. Honest, that's so morbid if that is the case. Like,
so I would never dream of calling Moth a pedo. I'm gonna just be I'm gonna speak from the heart a little bit here. I got into Moth's content because I genuinely believed what he was doing. I believe that there's a lot of stuff that goes on, you know, just in existence that people try to avoid talking about. It's taboo to talk about these things, and Moth talked about them. I just genuinely feel like he dropped the ball every which way you could, and I'm really disappointed as a fan. But beyond all of that, I would never call him a pedophile. My biggest gripe, my big gripe in that server, I have yet to see addressed, like at least publicly. There's a couple of YouTubers, people pretty high up there. I'm not going to say any names, that won't touch this guy with a 10-foot pole specifically because of this. And that's the fact that there are people in his channel that are there, or in his Discord, that have been there since minorhood, like since being children. That the day they turn 18, they got, you know, age verification, and they're posting nudes the day they turn 18. These are people that were children in the server yesterday. These are people that were children in the server 2 months ago. So I'm not going to say he's a pedophile, but I'm going to say there's definite exploitation that has not been addressed.
I can talk about that a little bit, because there was that one tweet that's floating around where he was like straight up asking for nudes from his audience, which is the same.
What the fuck was that?
This is the same criticism I levied at Pro Jared, right? Like, this isn't like a pedophilia thing. It's like a general creator abuse thing, right?
The fact he doesn't see it as an abuse of power is so concerning.
And the thing is that the younger you are, the more stupid you are. Like, it's like your age has like an inverse proportion to your potential intelligence. And some people just remain stupid. So, you know, it's still a proportional relationship.
Yo, Creepy, you might want to put a few more mods in chat, because there's some hate speech stuff going on.
Yeah, we're doing that.
Yeah, Moth fans are being Nazis in chat. Honestly, Moth fanbase being centered around Nazism isn't surprising, considering he literally wears band merch of like actual like.
Wait. Let's explain what Beelzebub is, and then make the accusation.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you know about Beelzebub, Wet? That sounds like something you'd know.
Like Beelzebub, like the devil Beelzebub?
No, like there's like this band. It's like a black metal band that Moth owns merch of. From what I understand, the lead singer and the band itself is pretty neo-Nazi, and Moth was wearing
no, you're talking about Burzum. You're talking about Burzum. You're talking about Varg.
Yeah,
you're talking about Burzum. So yeah, there's a lot of controversy regarding Burzum, but I will say, and I'm not defending Moth, I personally think Varg is a piece of shit. He's also like he's you know, he's just not a good guy. I'm not even going to get into all of his offenses here.
Hey, by the way, chat, if any of you guys, you know, who have been in here for a while, want to speak up and have a mod status to help keep chat clean, I could use the help.
I know Ringo said that they would.
I already gave it to Ringo.
Awesome.
So, like, Burzum specifically, they are, like, one of those staple bands within, like, traditional metal. They're even despite all the controversy, they're very iconic. So I can't really fault him for that. Trust me, like that's a separating the art from the artist kind of thing.
It's just like weird though, because he's also the guy that criticized people for playing Harry Potter.
Right.
Yeah,
that's true.
And that's the thing. It's like, bro, I used that exact argument. Like, we went to head with a couple people because, you know, sometimes you want to do a little bit of Potter posting, you know, and and that just it always caused some shit there. And understandably, you know, J.K. Rowling's a piece of crap. I'm not gonna make excuses for her. She's a turf, you know.
Yeah.
But I grew up on Harry Potter, so it's like, bro, I've read those books like more times than I could count on both hands. So like, I'm gonna play the game. Like, fuck you.
Like, I don't like. Again, people need to understand that playing a game isn't an indicator of political belief, right? Like, just because, like, I'm not gonna play the game because I don't like J.K. Rowling, and fuck her, right? But I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to say I don't want to play this game because I don't like this person. And it may be petty, it may be stupid, but you know what? It's whatever.
And I'm just
Brother,
the
I'm telling
majority.
you.
I'm just the minority over
not
here
to mention,
being
too,
like,
I
"You guys
just-
suck. You guys are losers."
I wouldn't have played the game anyway too, because it's just like, why would I?
Yeah.
I didn't. The game kind of looked
give you 10
generic.
reasons. I could give you 10 reasons, and it's because every little boy growing up, living in the cupboard under the stairs, wants to be a wizard.
I don't.
Ever since that fucking movie came out, we all want to be wizards. Deep down, deep down.
Wizards
If
are
you had
kind
a
of
wand,
No,
cool.
I
you
mean
can make
from a
some shit happen.
gameplay standpoint, it kind of looked generic.
Well, yeah, it's
I mean-
definitely like it felt pretty generic. It was like
If we could have like a Harry Potter GTA, I think that would be way funnier.
oh god.
It just played the same way GTA does. Not in terms of like story with all the profanities and the terribleness, just like open world,
Son of
but
a
it's
bitch.
wizard.
I suck at this game right now.
See, here's the thing that's interesting about Plague Moth is that I've noticed is that he's very defensive about the trans people, and so am I. Because like, granted, like I don't know what it's like to be trans, and I'll never understand it. The most that's happened to me is questioning my gender, maybe a little bit, but like that requires therapy, and I'll save that for later. But he's very defensive about like trans people and people who do not fit in the gender binary, and I understand that. But when it comes to literally any other fucking part of the LGBTQ community, he will say the worst fucking shit. Like ace people, all of them are just nice guys that actually secretly want to get in your pants. And it's like, hello?
Yeah, he did say that one clip on that one stream that he's like, well,
It's like you're such a defender of the LGBTQ, but you're also being like, yeah, I think I want to distance myself from the LGBTQ community. I think I want to say that I'm done with the LGBTQ.
no,
I'm
he
not
was
part of the
that
community
video.
anymore.
That
Like, I'm
video
like,
was a troll. That video was a troll. He was saying
not
that.
that one, his tweets. Not that video, his tweets.
Oh,
Where he was
So,
literally being like, yeah, I just don't feel like I'm welcomed in this community. I think I'm just gonna piece the fuck out. And I'm like, are you trolling again, or is this for real?
Yeah.
Like,
No, regarding that whole thing, so it was a little shocking to you know, I don't personally like no Moth like that, like, you know, real life, you know, childhood shit, whatever. But
Right.
it was shocking, I'd imagine, to some of those around him. And beyond that, it's like it almost, and I'm not gonna say this because, you know, hey bro, be who you wanna be, love who you wanna love. I don't give a fuck. All right, as long as they're not kids, I'm good. Or,
that's where
like,
we draw a line.
animals.
No children.
Yeah, no children, no animals. No
That's the
inanimate
same laws that
objects.
they have like in jail. Like it's like you can
Yeah,
be a
yeah.
convict and commit whatever crimes, but if it's children or animals, you're fucked. Or women.
That's pretty much like, you know, and it's sad because that leaves like a lot of morally gray areas open for interpretation.
Yeah.
But you know, that's kind of the base, like the baseline.
guys,
Uh,
chat. I'm gonna be real with you. You guys gotta chill out on the Moth hate, okay?
Yeah.
I don't
like we
like-
don't like them, but we don't
Listen,
want
we
terrible
gotta
things
be
to happen.
civil. We gotta be respectful. You cannot
Yeah, especially
like.
it's just more ammo for him, so let's try not to.
Like I don't want
have-
this guy. I just want this guy to stop filing privacy complaints, despite the fact that he knows full fucking well he's a public figure.
I just want this guy to stop calling me fat.
Yeah.
It's- Or you guys could just call me
Also-
fat in chat and it'll be really funny.
I'm sorry I called you an irrelevant bitch, lazy. Even though we had a good laugh about it.
Yo, can we get in a lazy is an irrelevant bitch in chat? Can we just get it started?
Yeah.
Lazy.
that-
Oh, that's so mean.
You know, was
Yeah,
in the heat of the
mods
moment, bro,
are.
like,
You know what,
people were
Snail?
texting.
You can have mod ship too. Okay. And
Help us out here.
here's a rule: we're not gonna wish harm on people.
Please don't. We are nice
So-
people.
Specifically regarding Moth, like, and that he will weaponize literally the smallest things you say.
Yeah.
He will
Like,
weaponize.
I
like, not
again,
just what you say, what your supporters say, what people that don't even follow you say, as long as they're saying it against him. You know, he throughout all of this, and I'm gonna be honest, he's good at it. He's good at it. That's you know, that's why you gotta give him man props. He knows how to stir some shit, all right, and he knows how to rally people.
I have no
Rally
idea what
people.
the hell just happened to this chase.
Whoa. I almost just
Oh,
hurt myself.
I'm so confused.
specifically
You
with
know
Moth.
what?
as long as he can control the narrative, he feels comfortable
Right.
Yeah.
in the situation.
Because
And
like he
throughout
knows
a
he's
lot of these
lying.
endeavors, yeah, exactly. It's like all he has to do is keep up the lie, and it's like that's why from the beginning the smoking gun was those audit logs. You know, it was like, okay, so you say that those videos have been gone for, you know, a year, but, you know, we had people like damn near wanting to do a watch party for one of them, you know, a week before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so and of course you can't do that. Don't, like, that's one big thing that I think's been glossed over. Beyond those videos, the Discord does not allow gore. I've seen
Yeah,
a
yeah,
lot of
no,
people
no.
get banned
Yeah,
right
no.
off the bat.
No, you're not allowed to post gore. That was never my claim either.
Yeah.
Do you see
Yeah,
what you see what he
exactly, I
does
know.
though? Like he twists the claim, right? Like I'm saying
Yeah.
you have a room where you are distributing uncensored gore, right? And then it turns into we don't let people post gore in general chat. I'm like, I never said anything about general chat.
It's like, oh no, man, that's just my video archive. And it's like, all right,
And
and I get it. He hasn't done anything uncensored again in a while. So, you know, I feel that was a good step in the right direction. You know, like y'all hit the nail on the head with like the Jinx style reaction content.
Yeah, just you don't need to.
Now he's
You don't.
Now he's just the Gore Hassan Piker because he was live streaming like reaction stuff.
Like,
Also, if there are any people in the chat that are like fans of Plague Moth or anything, let's try to be civil to them too, because it's like they have their opinions. Obviously, we don't have to necessarily agree with them, but they're only defending someone they really care about, which is like understandable.
Yeah.
I've always tried to keep the mentality that like I understand. I'm going after Moth. I'm never gonna go after anyone who supports them. because
I'm
it's
going
like,
to be
I
honest
get
with you
it.
guys about the Discord server. The reason why the links aren't working right now is because people from Moth's community have been posting gore. It's not Moth, and I don't think he's telling people to do this, but people from that community are doing that. So
To be
I've
fair,
been
though, like-
working on the moderation to make it so that they can't easily spam the chat with gore.
Right. To be fair though, like on Twitter, he had like people from his community also like spamming Gore in the hidden replies too. Like there was like one, I don't even remember which tweet it was because his Twitter's gone now. But like in his hidden replies, there was just like an ISIS beheading just posted by somebody, we don't know who. And I'm just like, why though? Like why?
Well,
There's
I'll
no
say
reason.
this, like stuff like that isn't necessarily Moth doing it.
It's
And
not.
you see,
It's
this is
just the
another
community.
one of-
It's just his community and the kinds of people that are attracted to that community.
Yeah.
Not exact that, but not entirely just that. And this brings me back to the reason that I compare him to someone like Charles Manson. They don't have to tell you to do something. You know what they want you to do. They're gonna tell you, you know, I'm not responsible for any of your actions. I'm not telling you to go and do these things. You cannot do these things in my community. What you do outside of that community is on you. What do you think they're gonna go do?
Exactly that.
You know?
That's the same.
It's-
So that's kind of the equivalent to like when you're like growing up and like you grow up in a family that's like super political, but they try to be like not super like indoctrinating, right? They're just like, yeah, this is our political opinions. You can do your own research though, but that's your family, so you're gonna default believe them anyways because that's your family. It's like, yeah, you can tell me to do my own research, but also you're someone I look up to as a family member, so I'm probably gonna follow your lead anyway.
Right.
You know what
and
I mean?
again, I don't think Moth is like on the scale of Charles Manson. We're talking about like people doing
Well,
like
So I'm not talking about infamy. I'm talking about the personality type. So let me make that perfectly clear. I'm not saying that
he's
like
very
fucking
much
Charles
like a more apt example would
saying-
be like an Illuminati type.
I wouldn't even
I'm
really say
saying
that
he-
though, because like,
I'm saying he fits the personality type of someone like that. Like I've definitely thought long and hard about like what makes a person like just you know end up you know being the way they are, especially with Moth. And
Yeah.
it's like I legitimately feel that between him and Andrea, they both cover the dark triad of personality types. between narcissistic,
you guys,
Machiavellian,
before we go any further, I do
You know?
want to let you guys know Wet Johnson is someone who is in that server and has known Moth for years. This is not me making any claims. This is Wet Johnson. Funny name.
Yeah.
I'm
sorry.
It's a wonderful name. It's a great name. Are you kidding me?
This is one of his community members who have verified their activity in the server of like since 2020.
No. So I joined the server in early 2022. So basically right after the Jimmy J stuff like started, kind of.
Right.
Damn, really?
Like, I wasn't here for the offset. Like that was early on. But like once things started rolling and there was a routine going on, I found my way to Moth through Wendigoon. I was in Wendigoon server, and yeah, absolutely none of my opinions are tied to Creepy. Creepy is very much
I'm
aware of how
a
I
neutral.
feel, and I'm aware of how he feels.
Yeah, I'm a neutral party in turn. Like, I'm my own person. He's his own person. I'm just letting him speak. We've all been wronged by Moth, and the dude had a giant audience where he was spreading misinformation. And you gotta understand that it's 10 times harder to fix misinformation than it is to like just say it, right? And he's a reaction streamer who can, or a reaction person who can just make a video in an afternoon. While for me, it takes me actual months sometimes to compile the evidence, corroborate it, make sure I'm saying what I want to say in the way that I say it, and to present it in an accurate and like factual manner, regardless of how I feel about the individual. Moth, as far as I'm concerned, is not a great influencer. You should not, people who are in his position have a great amount of power over how other people do, think, and act. And the thing is that we don't really need more people trying to watch people die on YouTube when the advertisers were pulling out when Logan Paul was pog-facing at people who were doing that same thing. I just don't think that we need funny gore compilations on YouTube. I don't think that the bar I've set for the standards of what we should adhere ourselves to is that high. Disturbed Reality, from what I understand and what I've seen, does pretty phenomenal work in regards to what he's, like everything. Like he does for like covering the subject matter. This subject matter can be covered in a respectful way. I just don't think Moth does that. I think that specifically this one person might be overstepping the lines when he's selling footage of a 15-year-old being stomped to death. I don't think that's like being a moral crusader. I don't think the high ground is very high in this argument, right? Like you got the valley and then you got like this slight incline, right?
Yo, Tathis is here. Hey, Tathis, what's up? Oh my god, I talked to him. He was the one that like made that whole really good Ripper video. Hey.
Yes. So speaking of Ripper, right? And I believe that this is a big thing with Moth. That's a trend you'll notice, and Creepy, Lazy, unfortunately, y'all tied yourselves into that.
Yeah, no,
Moth
I mean, I've
loves a
been
boogeyman,
called.
right?
I've been called.
Well, no, not tying yourself into the Ripper thing. That's extreme. But like being Moth's boogeyman, being this person that Moth has to speak out against, being this person that Moth has to condemn, not only to his audience on YouTube, but to his community, because trust me, like for every wild thing you've heard him say, there's probably 20, 30, 40, 50 examples just like it in the Discord. And I mean, of course, a lot of it's scrubbed, and for the community's privacy's sake, I don't. Well, yeah, they have backups. Like
I have the entire fucking server backed up from when you guys. I made a friend a promise.
I made a friend a promise in that server that I wouldn't divulge certain information.
That's fine.
But
you don't have to. I'm just
saying that. And I will say, this is important. to any of Moth's community members that are listening at this point, the entire server was scraped and some of your information can be compromised. My information was compromised. It's on Kiwi Farms. There's a private members only thread. They have our information. This is very important.
Shit. Seriously?
Thank you. Thank you.
Fuck.
Thank you. I just had to say that.
Yeah, that's not good. Obviously, I'm not like going to be posting private information or anything like that outside of like what I believe to be already public.
That's Kiwi Farms, and the crazy thing about Kiwi Farms is they're more likely to like send you like false food orders, like Uber Eats orders, and like pay for it too. They'll send you just like some wild concoction of food before they swat you. Like they just want to troll you like 95% of the time. That's what they're in it for.
Not to mention,
they will pay money to troll the shit out of you in the middle of the night.
yeah, not to mention if you go on fucking Kiwi Farms, they don't fucking like us either. So I don't know why the fuck Moth is so harpered up on this Kiwi Farms thing when they don't fucking like me and they don't really like Creepy that much either.
I mean,
like, I don't know what the fuck they want.
I've had some negative comments about me. Like I said, there's this one instance where I was looking at the general horror narrator thread because like they talk about me, they talk about people that I've worked with. It's kind of interesting to know what's going on, especially when people are talking about you. And when it was on the surface web, which I believe it's back on the surface web now,
I think so too.
I
was able
ain't
to
keeping up
access
with it.
somehow.
I ain't keeping up with it because I don't really care. But,
Yeah.
you know, like, I guess I would check it every now and again just to see what was being said. And, you know, yeah, I think there was this one comment where this guy said that, that creepy reading isn't as autistic as, Nexpo or Nightmind. It was one of those two. And I'm like, are you insulting me? Because is this like an insult to him?
I don't
because
even know what that's an insult to.
Yeah, like you gotta, is it like is this person like doing 4D chess? Like, man, that creepy reading, you know, he's an actual autistic person. So if he's less autistic than this other person, then I can insult them both at the same time, right? Or is it, or did they not know and did they just like me more than the other guy? Like, who knows, right? Like.
They have like an autism scale. They're like, this is like the whole scale of autism, you know, and they just kind of put people where they think they fit.
And that entire website, like that entire platform exists solely to piss people off.
I remember, and like, you know, Moth will say that like I'm a big user of Kiwi Farms, and it's like, no, I just have been on the internet longer than you, apparently. Like, straight talk, I remember when it was the CWC forums.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yeah, that's what it started off as. I forgot about that.
You know,
that's crazy.
Like, I don't understand, like, why it's like, oh, you know what Kiwi Farms is? You must be an active user doxing people for the alt-right. And it's like, come on, man.
Dude, it used to be a place where you get to catch up on Christian information. Not everyone who was, like, in the Kiwi Farm side was there to dox people and be an alt-righter.
I also don't have an account or use it outside of looking at it maybe once every, like, 9 months to see if they're making fun of me.
Not to fucking mention, a lot of people use Kiwi Farms when they're talking about, like, getting new information about the Kuro drama, which literally the only place you can find any information about, like, Kuro and, like, the threads that he was involved in, all that, it's all documented on Kiwi Farms. So normal fucking people who are like the target audience for Kiwi Farms to harass will go and use Kiwi Farms as the source to like get their information on fucking Kuro. Those people aren't fucking alt-righters because they use Kiwi Farms. It's because sometimes Kiwi Farms is the only fucking source to get that information that they need. And it's unfortunate that that's the source they need to use, but that doesn't automatically equate to being alt-right, like a harasser, an abuser, whatever. Like, that's stupid. That's like saying that everybody who uses fucking Twitter is a
pedophile?
Supports maps because there's a bunch of maps on Twitter. Like, that's so fucking stupid. Sorry.
It is just frustrating because it's like I'm not leveling this like level of scrutiny and accusations at like other people, but like this is what's thrown at me, and now I need to learn what the hell Ripper is, who the fuck a Fergie is, who the hell Soldier Sam is, who the hell Jimmy J is, and what exactly is Kiwi Farm saying on this website. I don't know.
Right. And then diving into all of that
And
to learn what
I
all
didn't
that
use
is,
anything
siding
from-
with it. It's like, what the fuck?
Now, I will admit that there was one thing I used from Kiwi Farms, and it was the full page screenshot of, like, the announcement that was in the super secret video room, because I didn't take a full page one. I took a highly cropped one. But, you know,
Right.
the thing is that I saw that it existed before I used it for my own eyes.
I can attest, like,
You can.
so
What? You
Kiwi
were
Farms
there.
is a
You
lot
were
of
there.
things,
What the
but-
secret video room? You know about that, right? That existed. You were in that room and you saw it, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So we're not
I mean,
bullshitting here.
so
That room
basically-
existed. It had what I said
So-
it had, and this guy was also there who saw it.
I mean, again, I was highly active in this community, so like I'm just at this
No
point.
one's shaming you for being a part of his community. All right, like
Yeah.
Moth's,
I mean,
Moth's
I
the
don't
douche,
feel
not you.
shame. So you know, they have a lot of really good people in that server.
Yeah, no.
Right.
I've made a lot of
Actually,
friends,
that's a good point. I want to harp on that a little bit. There were mods in that group telling people that they can't say you need to kill yourself, TCR. There were mods in there trying to actively stem people from making the threats against my pets. There were people in that server who did not agree with what was happening. And the problem with that is that even if a mod or two disagrees with it, when Moth encourages the opposite, you know that you're basically free to do it, right? So it's just like, it just kept happening regardless of what a lot of these amazing moderators were trying to do. Moth's mod community
And
ain't bad.
speaking of-
They're just dealing with an asshole.
Speaking of, right? So I don't know exactly what was said. I wasn't given screenshots. This happened earlier today. I was banned yesterday when I joined your server. It was actually, I came out on my lunch break and saw I was banned. And I'm like, what the fuck?
You're
I'm
like-
surprised you were
Anyway,
still there,
like,
to be honest.
No, well, I've got a lot of friends there.
Mm.
You have to
You
keep
know,
in mind,
like,
some
it's
of these
still a
people have been
community. I mean,
hanging out for like a very long time.
Somebody's like popping fireworks. Anyways,
That's probably me. It's coming over on my mic, too.
but so like I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Big ass boom. Like, yeah, it scared the shit out of me. So,
I don't blame you.
So some of the people in this community are you know, definitely what I would consider deviant, right? Some of the people, like, I always joked about it, but like it was a real thought in the back of my head. Like, statistically, there was like at least one killer in that bitch, like, if not a couple. Like, people that are just truly sadists and they want to be in a community where they think sadists are, and then what they really
hell,
get when they
Ripper
get
was
there is
fucking
like,
there for a while.
well, yeah,
Or at
but
least
to be honest, like,
allegedly.
Ripper's a fucking phony. Like, this dude, like, literally, like, anybody could clip gore videos together. I'm sorry,
Whoa.
like, he's,
Whoa.
you know,
The Ripper
I always
slander, I'm
thought
here
that-
for it.
No, I always thought that Moth was wasting his time on that fucking phony. Like, and beyond that, like, and, you know, hey, that's cool. You know, he wants to, like, fucking try to be infamous. I mean, you know, a lot of people throughout history have. It's a lot easier than being famous. But,
That's true.
you know, it's that's fucking, nothing that guy ever did was genuine. Like, as far as,
I
like,
don't know. I can't say anything because like I've never seen anything that Ripper ever produced, or I can't confirm anything. I just know what was and
let me rephrase. I don't know about any of like the dark web dealings. Like, I don't use Tor or anything like that, right?
right. And I don't think Moth is a
so-
really good source from.
Yeah, that's my entire point. Moth made him out to be something that he entirely is not. Like, and I don't
Yeah.
mean that he's not a bad guy. Ripper's a piece of shit. I just don't think that he's this big high class boogeyman like fucking Moth wants to sell to people. Just like
Damn.
just like all I thought was, you know, Jimmy J was a meth addict, Soldier Sam was a psychopath, like just manipulator. I don't even know about that guy. Like I've never talked to him personally. Fergie was like in love with Moth, and he was like Moth's disgraced son that was cast down, and like yeah, dead ass. And as far as you guys, I mean, y'all like poked the shit out of the beehive. You know,
For real though.
which is commendable. You know, TCR went in head first, and that's why you know, I'm gonna just put it out in the open. I've been in contact with him since like right after the Patreon went down.
He's the guy
like,
that
as soon as he came public about it.
Yeah.
You knew.
And the only reason why I even came forward to begin with was because I was upset with the fact that Moth was using the LGBT as like the reason for why he thought people were coming after him. And it's like, is this guy really delusional enough to think that like
he was using it to try to virtue signal for clout? Like it's literally, he's a fucking
it's so frustrating too, you know? Because he keeps saying that that's what I'm doing.
Oh my god, it's so
it's
stupid,
it's always like, that your virtue signals won't work here, and it's like, you're the guy that does that.
Oh my god.
Put it this way, like there's a reason that like everybody that's gravitated around him with some sort of reputation, you know, i.e. Let's say Tuv, fucking I'm not gonna say a couple of other people for their privacy, you know, I don't know what they're,
I don't know who the hell Tuv is.
Yeah.
Tuv's a pretty cool dude. Him and Moth made a couple of videos together. And Tuv,
I only know about Tuv because Moth brought him up in that stream.
So, yeah, Tuv was really uneducated on a lot of stuff, like regarding, you know, gore mixtapes and whatnot. And he made the mistake of saying he purchased a mixtape. And it's like, first off, like, you're not buying mixtapes, bro. Like, best gore exists. Like, come on. But like, and beyond that, like, there's plenty of other websites, like you're not buying it. Like if you're buying it, someone like you have a bad friend or something, like you got some bad advice.
Oh wait, Moth made another Patreon and it's already fucking gone?
I have no idea.
Oh my god, it's so rude.
That's so funny.
At this point, really like look, so when I got into Moth, right, I saw a man who stepped up and he adopted several kids. He took them in as his own. He became a father to them, and you know he has, you know, his youngest with his wife, and I wish them the best as a family.
Yes, 100%. Like let's be real here. Those kids don't.
This entire situation,
those
like,
kids deserve the best life they can get.
Yeah, you know, I was playing Triple Agent this entire time, like throughout this entire thing, hoping for a good outcome for Moth. I was Moth's dude, and you know, behind the scenes, I'm fucking, you know, making sure that TCR is at least, you know, aware of what he's getting into. Regarding, you know, I'd like to think that, you know, it's a hard realm to navigate. And there's a lot of wrong things one can say that they may not have the full context for at the time, and that could be, you know, complicating.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I sympathize with that. I related to that. You know, it's rough being a dad, especially to multiple kids. Jesus.
And I bet you could probably figure out that I'm not like this boogeyman trying to go after his kids. Like I didn't even know the dude had kids when he sent the report. All I knew is he was advertising that 99 Stomps video, right? And he was advertising that, and I went to go pay for it, and sure enough, he was selling it. So I was like, fuck, I guess I gotta report this. This is like the moral thing to do.
And I'm gonna be honest, I wish I could have gotten to you before you'd hit the Patreon. I feel that because there were a couple of us, you know, behind the scenes that were genuinely hoping that a couple of wrongs would be righted in whatever way they could there, and that the community would be cleaned up. Like you said, those mods work hard, you know. But beyond that, it's and they have to fucking work hard. They deal with a lot of shit, like a lot of that server. There's a lot of people that come in there thinking it's something it's very much not, and they act accordingly to that, and that causes a lot of early mornings and late nights for the mods. But beyond that, beyond all of that, it's just fucked up how he's weaponized it. You know,
I really
like
do.
he's become like the one fucking thing he spoke against. Like, and it's crazy because I fucking watched the entire spiral, and I'm just thinking the whole time, like, there were 1,000 times that you could have just made one different decision.
Right. I really do feel bad for the mod team, seriously, because it's like, how the fuck do you keep, like, they basically have to play fucking they basically have to be like his PR team at this point.
It's
and
done.
It's like, how can you even do that?
That's the thing, it's done. I mean, you know, yeah, the YouTube might come back, and, you know, if it does, hey,
you know, like, if it does, then just no more funny gore comps, please.
Yeah.
We got a question from Mango Magica because they sent a super chat, and if you're gonna send me money, I might as well answer your questions. Mango Magica asks, how did you get into Gretzko, and what is your favorite character? I'd probably say that my main favorite character would be Retzko, just because I relate to the character so much. But Fenico and Monica would be my second favorites. And I got into it because Netflix advertised me a cute show, and I was like, fuck it, I got nothing better to do. Because I made a career out of watching cartoons that may not necessarily interest me, but I want to communicate what they're, I guess, doing. I don't know. It was a part of discovering new stuff for that, for like a lot of different things. And it's part of what inspired that list, cartoons that got way too real. So that's how that kind of happened. Sorry to... Yeah. The Fluffy Muffin, I'll answer the court question again. I don't know, because I need to find a lawyer who's... I don't know if I need to find one in my state or Moth state. And 2, I need to figure out how much that's going to cost me. And then I need to get a GoFundMe to raise funds for that lawyer. And, you know, I think it's really stupid that I might have to sue Moth and spend my money when he's the guy sending cease and desist.
Yeah.
You know,
really quick, somebody said something. I just want to clarify, I was not a Discord moderator. I applied to be a Discord moderator once upon a time, and, like, I'm just looking back at that thinking, like, you...
Thank Christ.
You dodged the bullet.
Thank Christ.
You dodged the bullet.
Thank God.
But beyond all that, you know, I've got love for every last one of them. I've had problems with Discord moderators, and we had like an entire redemption arc where it's like, we're cool. You know, I respect him as a person. Pale. Pale had the hardest fucking... He had it out for me. Like, he was just there. But he's a super diligent mod, and I've come to respect him as a person, as a musician.
We got another super chat.
Like,
so I'm just gonna quickly answer that. I don't play Zelda games, so I can't answer that question because I didn't find one I like, because I didn't learn how to read until a exceptionally late period of my life after I've already had no Nintendo consoles. So, sorry about that. I have heard of Manhunt.
Imagine reading.
But yeah, no, we're going to be real here. I'm not gonna have the money to sue, unless if I get a GoFundMe, and I can't start the GoFundMe until I find a lawyer that would be willing to take the case. I am in that first process. I'm fingers crossed, but, you know, we don't know what's going to happen until I get all the pieces together in order to do it. I might not need a lawyer if Moth knocks it off in the next couple of weeks. I just want him to fucking knock it off, because it's just getting old and obnoxious. You know, like, you got exposed for lying. I made mistakes. I owned up to those mistakes, and I'm moving on. You gotta let me move on, or we're gonna have to fucking figure out some other way to solve this. And because, like, the answer that Moth wants is that he wants to take away my money, he wants to take away my YouTube channel, he wants to take away my job, and that's when Moth stops. after he's already ruined my life. And quite frankly, I don't think I deserve that. So
Yeah, it's an
we're
eye
going to
for
have
an
to
eye
figure out,
thing.
we got to find a solution. And if the
Yeah.
solution is getting a court involved, then that's what the solution is. I don't think it
Right.
needs to be like that. I think he just needs to knock it off. I'm done. Words out there. You lied. You got caught. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sadly, like,
it's interesting.
so
'Cause-
Moth's a go down with the ship kind of guy, right?
no, really.
I had no fucking
He will-
idea.
he will.
I would have never expected that.
Like, I've got to give it to the guy. He knows how to double down. He knows how to double down, and it is wild. So
Hey, Phineas, thanks for the donation. You're very sweet.
Appreciate you, Phineas. You've been a homie.
He's the mod, by the way. If you want to make him mod too, he's my mod. He's fucking excellent.
Oh, he's your mod? I'll mod
Yeah,
him.
he was a mod for the first Moth stream I did after my thing. After, like, I made my video and then I did a stream right after of Moth, like, losing his fucking mind. So, yeah, he's great. He's fantastic.
All
We
right.
love Phineas.
You paid
He knows a lot
$2 to
about
get a responsibility you didn't ask for.
It's okay. He was asking me too on Discord. He's like, if you guys need any help, and I'm like, I'll see if he's interested or whatever. But like, you know. So, what, Mr. Johnson? I do have a little bit of a question that I think is important for the audience to understand, at least in terms of like how you're not like your influence in the community, but like just like how you've handled like situations with Moth in the past. So like. You're not obviously a mod, but you've known Moth at this point for a really long time, and you understand kind of like the tact, like how he talks and how he handles controversies. Is there any point where you have at least tried to bring this guy back home to Earth and be like, listen, man, this ain't worth it?
1,000 times, to the point to where he told me I was stirring up hysteria.
What? Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, while people are sending death threats, to Creepy and shit in the chat, and I'm getting told I'm stirring up hysteria for being like, everybody needs to chill the fuck out. Like, and there were a couple of us. That's the thing. There were a couple of us. I had a friend today got banned for just a minor criticism.
Really?
Criticism that 4 mods agreed with. I don't know which ones. I didn't see screenshots. I don't know exactly what was said.
I want to
know
thank
is Bill
Edgar
got
Allan
banned.
Ho just for, you know.
I love Edgar. I know her. She's the best.
They said, I love how Moth's crying about how you ruined his life, but has no problem trying to do the same to you. And it's like, yeah, because, like, what's his end goal, right? Like, with me, what's the end goal? When does he stop doing this, right? Like, is it when I stop because, like, I'm done now? I'm done now. You got me to stop. I'm not behind the DMCA. If I was, I would have, God, if I had any access to it, I would give you your channel back right now, right? Like, I don't think it's cool that there's someone that can just go out there and take out someone else's channel just because they don't fucking like them. That sucks. That's scary. I'm scared. I will gladly fight for Moth's right to have a channel back if those DMCAs are actually fraudulent.
Right, for sure. And I think Johnson, even you can, as someone who is like once a fan of Moth, who was once a big member of the community, I think you would agree. None of us are arguing that Moth should never have a channel, like, because the things that he covers are things that are important. At least you think they are.
I think that not everything Moth has made is inherently like evil. I just think that he needs to cut the reactions. Like, you don't need to watch or play the audio of someone dying in order to... Because didn't the Ronnie McNutt video have 0, like, video in it?
I think so.
I remember the Ronnie McNutt video and looking through that, and there wasn't, like, any reaction to it. It's just him talking about what happened to Ronnie McNutt. Now, I'll argue that the thumbnail was tactless, but I will...
Moth has shown, like, suicide.
No, I know he does, and I'm just saying specifically there are instances where he doesn't, and it's fucking fine.
So I'm glad that you brought this up actually, because there's something that I feel might be pertinent, right? And it comes down to the constant "you trust me, bro" sources. So regarding Ronnie McNutt, it was a very touchy subject. He was a vet. He had PTSD. He had a bad breakup, and he took his life.
I didn't see
It
the
was- it
whole
was a
video.
tragedy.
The only reason
It's-
you know what's funny? We're gonna draw a connection between Low Tier God and fucking Plague Moth right now, but they both watched the Ronnie McNutt video. And that's how I
mean,
know about the Ronnie
millions
McNutt video,
people have,
because
you know?
I listened to a clip of Low Tier God laughing, saying that he thought that this guy was a bitchless loser or something like that, and that's why he was laughing.
Oh, is that why people don't like low tier God?
No,
Oh,
no,
that's
people
why.
don't like Low Tier God because of the doxing. People
Oh,
just don't
that
know
too.
that he also laughed at a guy killing himself.
Great.
So
Lovely.
I'll say this: Moth has lines he won't cross. I'm not gonna tell you that this guy is somebody that laughs at children being brutally murdered. It
No.
affects him. So, and I don't want to go off on a whole tangent, but he feels it. It has taken a mental toll on him. Don't think it hasn't for a second. I've seen this guy fucking change. Like, he was already desensitized well before I came along, but shit. After Amber Alert, shit was just like
Shout out to Chris.
nonstop fucking chasing the worst of the worst, bro. And that's a dangerous road to go down.
Absolutely.
I've been down it myself, and I'm gonna be real. There's a lot worse that Moth doesn't cover. So don't think that he's not holding punches. There's a lot worse.
No, and I've never
and
made
the
that
big
argument
overarching-
either. It's just hard, Like, I don't want to sit here and have to defend Moth while he's also sitting here like straight up just
No,
saying
I'm not.
I'm harboring child predators on my server. The
It's
answer
basically
the answer
just
is
giving, like-
if there is any child predators in my server, I don't know about it, and if I found out about it, they'd be gone in an instant. Zero thought, right?
Right.
I just
don't
can't
think
investigate
anybody's,
7,000 people or however many people are fucking in there to make sure that every single one of them never committed a crime ever, right? I can't stop that, especially with a public server and the ability to make burner accounts.
And I don't think anybody's holding you to that.
But
You know,
I
like
will
you said,
remove
it's a
them
public
if
server.
evidence is presented and they do something weird on my server or as a part of my server community.
I'm not speaking from that standpoint on what Moth has said. I'm speaking from just what I've seen, what I've come to learn. Like you said, you can't defend him when he's doing all this crazy shit.
I can't.
But you have to wonder how it got here, how it got to this point. And
For sure.
more
I've
importantly,
been
where it
given-
goes from here.
I've been
Because
told
where it goes from
by
here is
some
a scary
people,
place.
like I was working with this one mod, they won't be named, but the specific thing that they said to me was, with Moth, he's always been like this forever. It's not always the criticism itself, it's how it's delivered.
I believe I know who said that, and I can agree to an extent. To an extent, there are certain times and certain things Moth will not hear, and it is, if you have something negative to say, to that mod, I will say the answer is not to keep quiet when you know what's wrong is wrong and what's right is right. Of course, I've in that server you kind of got to mind your own business when it comes to anything negative towards Moth.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and you can just
It's-
shit on me all you want. Like, my live stream was dog shit. I came out at a really bad time, and then the way in which I did burned me so bad that I stopped uploading for 6 months. So, yeah, I get it. I fucking suck.
And I'm gonna be
Alright,
real. I'm kind of scared. Like I hope this. Fuck, man. I'm not about to be tied into any drama, right? So I just want to make that clear. I'm done with his community after I say my piece here tonight. Creepy, lazy, love you dearly. We'll remain connected. Of course,
this also
I've
goes for
made
me
plenty of
too.
friends in
Like,
that community.
assuming
You know,
I
but
can
I'm
avoid
done
it,
with this
I won't
subject
talk
tonight.
about Moth again. Assuming any of us can avoid it, we will not talk about Moth again. I mean, Lazy's
You know
gonna
what?
talk
Yeah.
about it because
Like-
she's got some shit I think she wants to say.
Yeah, I mean, I do plan to make a final entry into it, just because people have been asking about it, considering that he went after Slime Beast next, and like Slime Beast became the new TCR at that point, and he's been.
Just watch. He's gonna be
I was
going
gonna
after
save
me
this
later.
for the video. I'll save this. I was gonna save this for the video, but I will say this now, because if Moth wants to respond to it and correct himself or whatever about this, I will. I have tweets where he was accusing my boyfriend of pedophilia, a guy who, granted, has no like internet presence at all, who he probably has never seen a picture of, who's only been on my channel like once, and I post him sometimes on my social media. He's like, he said, and I quote, he was like saying that I'm like a pedo defender, and it's like I'm 3 for 3 for pedophile defenders or whatever, like for the pedos I defend, and he's like, not including your boyfriend though, and I'm like, well. Okay, you saying that, you're insinuating that he's part of 3 for 3, but I went over the 3 into 4 for 3, so you're not going to include him, but you know what you meant when you said that. Now, if Moth wants to say he was referring to somebody else, please say it. Because, like, it's like, for me, when I read that, I'm gaslighting myself and saying, he didn't say that, right? He's not insinuating my boyfriend who has no internet presence at all is a pedo, right? He's not saying that right now, right? And it's like, every time I read it, I'm like, no, that's what he's saying. Like, I don't know what the fuck. Like, there's no way that's not what
pretty
he's
much
saying.
what he's saying. That's pretty much
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
And
I thought I was
so-
going crazy. I'm like, that's not what you're saying, right?
I had to rack my head, right? Because me speaking out, like, I guarantee you, I've said a lot of wild shit in that server. Of course, nothing criminal. You know, the only thing I could think of that he'd come at me for is, like, I'm a strong believer in, like, vigilantism, right? Like, I believe there's certain crimes you commit that, you know, just put you to death, you know? And maybe that's the southern boy in me, but, you know, just
That's
put
just
you to
cool.
death.
That's like pro death penalty stuff. That's most people in
Yeah.
the South. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, like once they've proven without a reasonable doubt that you committed this crime, hey.
We can stray away from the politics. It's cool.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So,
Fair enough.
I have a question for you, What? So, you can correct me about this, because I've kind of watched how extreme his community, not the mod team, obviously, the mod teams is great, but, like, the community members that, like, get all riled up and, like, start, like, for example, posting gore in Creepy Server, or, like, posting gore in his hidden replies, or stuff like that.
So, I'll say this. Everybody in that community, for one reason or another, has some sort of morbid curiosity. Now, going to the weird little elephant in the room that, you know, kind of gets addressed, not too much. So Moth's #1 fan, Cherry, right? We're not gonna speak on her too much because they're a minor. I'm gonna respect their privacy. Don't really know shit about them, but I know that they were like damn near like the first person in that server when it went public. Like, I guess found them on TikTok or something, but you know, a lot of people.
And we all know TikTok. He won't be banned off of TikTok.
Well, yeah.
A lot of people have talked about like the minors as mods in the server, and I think it's important to point out that there was a role named mini mod, and they could not ban. They had no all age privileges, you know. However, they could like mute people,
right,
and wait for mods to get there. Like they were just like people in the server. They were, you know, there were a couple of them. And I think that's an important clarification too.
Right.
You know?
I actually backed off any points related to the minors because he removed the minors from the community. Like,
yeah,
you know, like what am I supposed to
saying,
criticize
I mean,
here? What he did in the past? Like he's already rectified it, right?
yeah.
Let's be real. He didn't really though. Like as long as you could subscribe to Subscribe Star. Like,
Well, yeah, but
you
he's
know,
like actually
not like
asking,
the
and
idea.
Subscribe Star has a bit of a higher standard.
I hope.
I mean, not really. They kind of work with like Alex Jones and stuff. So I don't.
Yeah,
No, I
they're
mean
only
you can't use PayPal, right? You have to have like a debit card, which means you have to have like a job and a bank account.
right.
I mean, or a parent. Or
A parent's
I mean,
not
you know,
going to
like,
give you their card to give you a recurrent subscription for the gore guy.
Yeah, right. Well, that's my question
Well,
too, 'cause
you know, a whole lot of kids.
And then
found
at
their
that
way to-
point, it's
like,
issue.
I'm talking thousands So where did all of these kids come from? Because when I tell you that server went from 4,000 to 400 during that purge, and unironically, like looking for a lot of people. I'm not taking sole credit for all the mayhem that was going on in there, not by a fucking long shot. There was a lot of people in that server, and there still are, but whatever.
Right.
But you know, it's just it's almost redundant to keep talking like about
Minors?
all of the, not just, well, no, not the minors, because that's important. Like, they're fucking still there. You know, they're still there. I can tell you they're still there. We still got people in high school in there. But, you know, whatever. And that's just,
Are they, like,
as
self-admitted,
grown-ups
or
adults.
is it, like, they're hiding?
I mean, I guess, like a don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I mean,
You know,
it's
like,
cringe,
I mean,
but...
I don't like, I'm gonna be honest, like, that's what it's like, because it's, you know, they ID people for the 18+. You know, they always have, you know, from its inception. I will give them that. I have a gripe with them giving
Are you
people access
sure
to that the
about
day
that?
they turn
I heard
18.
that he had to be asked to do that after some criticisms.
That he had to be asked to start IDing people,
Yeah.
or to make an 18+ section in the first place.
It might have been the 18+ section.
So I don't, a lot of that stuff was already there. Like, a lot of the server was locked in the way it was by the time I got there. You know, it hasn't changed in a very long time. For the most part, like, you know, as far as like the channels and stuff. Obviously super secret videos is gone, but you know, we've harped on that, you know, enough. It's,
We know it
and, you know,
exists.
and, you know,
The audit log has
backing
been
up,
leaked.
So that's the one incident. That's where I fucking snapped.
Wait,
When everybody started lying, saying it didn't exist. Moth had people in the server that were in there not even a week, like a month, 2 months in to this thing, like being like, oh yeah, the super secret videos never existed. Like, bitch, you weren't here. Like, you weren't there. None of you were there. Like, all of the people that were super active in that server, most of them are gone, or like fucking like under a rock or something. Like, everybody's privacy got like bombarded, you know. But I mean, at this point, you know, there were necessary evils in the situation, and there were like missteps, and there were
Yes!
you know, overzealous accusations, and there were wild accusations. You know, so it was just a lot. And I'm gonna be honest, like, a lot of us are super burnt, and the crazy shit is Moth's like the Energizer bunny with drama, and he's just ready to keep on going.
I
Bro,
love that.
like,
I do want to quickly address some of the super chats real quick.
no
Sure, go
problem.
ahead.
I'm gonna open this gate. Super chat 1, Cat Girl said, dude literally laughed at a kid getting stomped to death. I'm going to just combat that. Say he didn't really laugh. He just kind of did the Jinx style, like, pog face sort of dealio. Like damn, like bitch got
Damn,
nailed. Like
Like, what the fuck?
like
So Moth's whole thing is like, he is the personification of if it bleeds, it leads. You know, like, in his mind, it's like, oh, if the news can fucking do it, why can't I?
and
You
the
know,
news
I'm
doesn't.
so fucking sick and tired of this excuse. It's so fucking dumb. I'm like, if the
And it's
news
like,
does
bro,
it and you're
the
trying to
news
be
isn't-
like anti the news, then don't fucking be exploitive, you moron. Like, hello?
Like, the news isn't showing cock and ball torture on YouTube.
Yeah, we gotta say it, everybody. Fucking ball torture.
Uncensored. 40 seconds of it. He admitted to it. He literally, I have a screenshot somewhere. It was like, remember that time I uploaded 40 seconds of or CBT and or some shit. I'll get it. Fuck, you could have it. I don't even care at this point. But it's just like, there's so much shit like that. It's like, what the fuck, bro? There's kids.
Like,
know.
wait. Can we, let's go back real quick. We need to remember that Plagued Moth, like, he wasn't age restricting his videos, you know?
Yeah, for a while, like, cause like that's how you got autoplayed. Like, if things are like not age restricted, they'll get.
So
autoplayed.
he's not age restricting the cock and ball torture video because he doesn't do that.
I wholly believe that YouTube censors people that genuinely try to do it the right way.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what's happening to me.
You know,
Oh,
look
yeah.
at Disturbed Reality, the Disturbing Truth. Both of those very talented YouTubers. They handle it they handle it like a documentary. You know, just mid to long form documentary, and it is concise. It is just factual to the point that they know it.
Parenti
And they've done
sent the
research.
fucking super chat too. Funny.
I see him.
I'm not banning
it's-
him. He may be bad news, but I have to wait for him to commit a crime.
I'm gonna be honest. A lot of these people, like, a lot of us have zoned out in the recent month or so, like 2 months, just to like all of it.
Well, I mean, like,
I don't
it's not like he's
understand.
like posting
Like,
anything. It's just constantly shit about me instead of like what he actually is known for.
Right.
Like, I
Fun, these
actually
things,
do
like-
go after people sometimes. Like, YouTube, like, on YouTube. I don't know. Like, I guess, like, I sometimes actually, I don't know, talk about this kind of drama. So me talking about Plague Moth isn't super outside of what I normally cover. So,
Right.
but, like, for Moth, it's like, why are you talking about that creepy reading? Oh, he's a pedophile? Any proof? No? Okay, we're just gonna play fantasy. You know, we're just gonna play Fantasyland here. By the way, thank you for all the people donating. All of this is gonna be going towards me getting a new writing computer because my Chromebook's about to die and I need a new one.
Fair.
Golf
So-
clap.
So appreciate the
So-
chats, appreciate everything.
Yeah. So I was gonna ask this, Mr. Johnson. I think it's important to kind of like establish the fact that like
Mr. Johnson, Jesus
Mr.
Christ.
Johnson. Listen, I'm just trying to be formal here. I'm trying to
Oh
conduct
shit, fucking Nola's in the chat. Hi Nola. You know who you are. We play Guild Wars 2. You know who I am. Sup, homie.
So here's my thing, right? I think a big part of Plague Moth's community is people who are morbidly curious. And I want people to understand, like,
There's
we're
nothing
not-
wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with being morbidly curious. But, and you can correct me when I say this. I think the reason why a lot of people are find Plague Moth appealing is because Plague Moth taps into that morbid curiosity a little bit, and he kind of like takes your hand and like walks you down like this is how it is, and like he's very real, you know what I mean? Not real as in he tells the truth, because obviously that's not true, but he's real in the sense that he's gonna tell it how it is. Like, this is just how this world is, and like
I mean, Moth's reactions are
morbid
very
curiosity.
probably genuine. I just think
Yeah.
that,
You
like, here's the thing, right? Like, I do
This-
think that when Moth goes, damn, when, like, seeing someone get their head stomped in is, like, a real reaction. The question is,
Yeah.
should you be monetizing that? Should you be promoting
Right.
that? Does the victim's family need to fucking see that?
Do they appreciate that content?
Like,
Probably not.
like, does this help the situation, or does it, like, make you look like a fucking ghoul?
Right.
So I think it's important that I should clarify something, right? Because, and again, I don't know what the fuck Moth's gonna have to say about me. I hope nothing. I hope nothing.
I know, he's
wanna-
just gonna
I wanna
call
be-
you a pedophile like he does everyone.
Have fun.
Bro.
I mean, you
I'm
might
not
already,
kidding
he
you,
might
like,
already
no,
have, you know, who
no,
knows?
That's, like, Jesus Christ, that's been an actual fear of mine. Like, but, you know, beyond all that, it is important when I say, like, having a morbid curiosity it's part of being human. But what
Mhm.
Moth's doing, what you see, that's what I thought when I first started. Like, you know, okay, he's taking your hand and he's going through this. Like, I've already seen, like, you know, pretty much everything he's fucking talking about, or not seen. I've fucking like the
What
gore
videos
videos.
about?
Like,
Sorry.
Yeah, you're aware
fucking gore
of.
We
videos,
got
like,
a
it's- you know, that's a
donation
slippery slope. I
from
gotta
someone who's done
clarify.
some voiceover on the channel, Red Taika Suru. Ooh, I'm hoping I said the name right. Plague Moth, more like plague stop. Just stop. Like, honestly, he's hurting himself more than me, because he's just like, oh, it's that creepy reading. I got my channel DMCA'd, it's that creepy reading, but it's not me, and when you point people at me, you're pointing at the wrong person, helping the person who DMCA'd you get away with it.
Yeah. For
Like
sure.
like that doesn't help you in specific, right?
Yeah.
It does. I mean, I
It's
guess
like,
it makes
there's a
them
lot
look
of holier
better,
than thou
you
shit
know.
going on.
Mhm.
And I think you said it really well too, Lazy. What did you say? Something about not for me. Fuck. What was it?
Rules for thee, but not for me. That's what I said in my
Yes.
original video. And my
Exactly.
thing
And
was
you
When
said it
you
on my
said that,
channel
I was
too.
like,
Woo.
yeah.
I was
The
here.
crazy shit is, it's with the people in his community too. He does that all over. It's like, okay, so one of the big things, we're not allowed at all to talk about like the Ukraine-Russia thing, right? Like not
Mhm.
even beyond like a political thing. It's almost like we're not allowed to mention those two countries.
Right.
Unless it's something like ulterior, like some music or, you know, fucking whatever. You know, but we're not allowed to mention that, right?
We got a new
And then Moth
donation
like
from
comes out and,
Lurker, $10 here. Cheers to the new tech. If that applies to you, hell yeah. I'm sorry to keep interrupting. I do want to get this played out about the Chromebook. I do have like a gaming editing like PC for my main stuff. The Chromebook is just a cheap computer I can use to write scripts on the couch. I don't need a $1,000 laptop for script writing. I want a cheap laptop with a nice screen to take high resolution screenshots on and then write on Google Drive. That is all
Bro,
that computer's
you can
for.
just do it on a phone like I do.
No, I ain't
do
do
on
it.
your phone.
I can't write on a phone. I'm not gonna write 8 hour. Your scripts are so. How are you doing that? God. All
Love
of my.
this
You've
reaction.
seen me text too. It's like a toddler wrote it.
Listen, man.
But yeah, I'm
I've
sorry.
been sucking off iPhone's dick for so long. You know, this is my expertise. Anyway, so outside of the dicks, what I was trying to like transition into, and it's hard because this is basically ADHD the live stream, but I was basically just trying to like insinuate like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, Johnson, because you're more into this than I am. I was looking at some tweets that he was like posting around the time that like around April when he was when he like made his like newer content that had like the red background and like a picture or whatever. This was before like Slime Beast got involved, like the content that he made before Slime Beast got involved.
yeah.
And I'm looking at that content and people were like complaining about the thumbnails and he was like, well, I don't give a fuck what anyone says about my thumbnails. This is the reality of the world. If you don't like it, you can fucking leave. So here's my thing, right?
I didn't see that, but that's some Moth shit. I didn't see that. I'm sorry, but that's definitely. I can believe he said it.
Yeah, no, he said this on his Twitter before it got banned. So, and I'll send you the screenshot because it is a really funny screenshot. But here's the thing, because I look at that, and then I look at his content, and I look at like what he appeals to, like the morbidly curious that kind of just that wants to dip their toes into like this morbid world without having to sink directly down to the bottom of the pool. You know? Oh, it's my cat. Hey, buddy. He's like trying to get my flag. Can you not? Don't do that. So, my thing is like, I'm looking at this, all of this, and I'm like, okay, so Plague Moth clearly has a niche that he likes to he likes to appeal to. He has an audience that is into that niche as well. And based on how he feels about people giving him criticisms of his fucking thumbnails, I'm like, okay, so his community basically is have a morbid curiosity, but have absolutely no fucking cutoff. Like, it's just
So,
like, it's
that's
going to see
that's
everything,
not
or you're
entirely
fucking...
right.
Okay.
Not entirely. No. There's definitely there's an emphasis on like, you know, trigger warnings and stuff. We have specific chats where, you know, we can talk more freely about true crime and whatnot, like as far as details. There's a lot of people in that community that are really, like, in my opinion, hyper sensitive to a lot of stuff. But and I'm not even talking about just like a normal person like sensitive. I'm talking like I'm not even gonna get into that. I'm not even gonna get into that because then that's gonna be anyways. There's a line, like there's this invisible line in that server, right? And you don't cross it. That is sending links, sending videos, pictures, anything gore, anything sexual, in all ages chat, because you know, even though there's supposedly no children there, you know, all ages chat is, you know, it's tame. And there's all walks of life there, so be careful what you say to others. You know, that there's a genuine, you know, there's a camaraderie in that server. You know, I've made a lot of very good friends, there, and I think it's important for them that I don't know if they're all gonna watch this. I imagine some of them will.
I mean, some of them might be there now.
I don't know.
Who knows? I mean, someone's watching. Someone's
like,
gonna send this to Moth.
I'm probably looking like a fucking traitor right now, bro. Like,
Listen,
at this point, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like,
it's embarrassing. It's just
drew the
fucking
line
embarrassing
when the
that the
entire
guy
server
covers what he
lied.
covers, right? Like, he covers what he covers. It's super sensitive subject matter. It's the kind of thing where you basically need to be Mr. Rogers to talk about it. And for some reason, he can't handle basic criticism.
Let me be real. The big problem is that Moth can't handle basic criticism and that it goes too far. I firmly feel like the content itself, not specifically the execution videos,
Not the reactions, but like the
dangers,
descriptions, the
dangers
discussions
of those parts of the world. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The dangers. You know, the dangers, the reality that this shit happens. I think that that's important to discuss because, you know, I think Stalin was brilliant when he said, you know, 1 million deaths is a statistic and one's a tragedy. And I think that that's probably the only thing the dude was fucking brilliant on. It's scary. It's scary that people just pass it all up. You know, and I think that that's important that people highlight that, but I do firmly feel like Moth went astray. Like I'm not even gonna say he did it for like you know, the fame or, you know, blowing up or, you know, going viral. I'm just gonna say that censorship ate at him and demonetization on YouTube ate at him, and watching the success of others around him ate at him to the point where he has spiraled. I've watched it. I've fucking watched the rants. I've gotten fucking, I've spoken.
Hello. What happened?
Is Wet gone?
He disappeared.
His internet might have went out.
Fuck. he just evaporated from the world. Damn, it's kind of wild, man. That like we're at this point now where it's like he's being so honest. I really appreciate his help and like him opening up about this. It must be horrifying, but I have mass amounts of respect for this guy. Seriously.
Yeah, I mean,
like, it's like it's you know, I mean, I have mass amounts of respect for anybody who really comes forward about Moth, because I had a lot of people in my comment section that were like, I used to be a fan of Moth. I used to be like an avid person that like watched his content all the time, and I just realized like he was being super disrespectful and he, you know, and it's just, it sucks. Here's another thing too, right? When I was looking through all my comments, I saw this one that kind of like got to me a little bit, where someone was like, the reason why I watch Plague Moth's content, and maybe this is not Moth's intention, right? Because I can't say that this is what he was intending with this content.
Hey, Snail, can you send me that message in a private DM? I'm not going to be able to check the server.
Yeah, so what this person was basically saying was like, basically Plague Moth's content works as like mental self-harm. Like, and obviously that he can be like, that's not the intention of my content. And obviously the intention of someone's content can be different for anybody who's watching. But for somebody to be like, I couldn't physically self-harm myself, but by watching that, it made myself, like, my mental health deteriorate more and more by watching Moth's content. And it felt like I deserved my mental health to be shit, so I would just watch his content to make me feel shitty. And it's like, the intentions of that is probably not what Moth intended, and it's probably not what his content's about. But it's the fact that people are using his content as, like, virtual self-harm is really concerning for the people who are watching, who are using that as the intended purpose, and for Moth to not recognize that what he's showing is mentally damaging people. Even if that's not his intention. Even if people aren't doing, or like, doing it for their own whatever. if you're making content that mentally damages people, regardless if you intend to or not, intent doesn't matter. If people are getting hurt, you should feel something for that. Especially if he is so sensitive, like what said, like he does have boundaries he doesn't cross. There are like things he won't touch, and like he will be very sensitive to people's feelings, especially on the server. And if that's the case, why doesn't he apply that to his YouTube channel? Or hell, to his fucking Twitter? It's like, if you have, like, please apply your levels of sensitivity and how you feel about other people's well-being and mental health, not just to your Discord with your closest fans, but to everyone who is watching.
Yeah, that's been like a constant thing.
Yeah, and it's like, it's so sad because I'm just like, I want, like, this is me again giving benefit of the doubt to someone who doesn't deserve it, and you can make fun of me all I want, but like, I believe what Johnson is saying is true. Like there are lines he won't cross, and like he does care about the people, at least in his server, and their mental health. So why doesn't he care about the mental health of others? Like, if he's so adamant in talking about his own mental health and his own mental health struggles, which I feel for, you know, and I would want nothing but the best for him and mentally. Like, I want Moth to have, like, regardless of how I feel about Moth, I want him to have his head screwed on straight. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like the guy deserves to take care of his family, feed his kids, you know, like all that stuff. Like, I'm not trying to deny that from him, but I also don't understand when I can't pay my rent, I'm expected to get a job. But when this guy loses his Patreon, he's, I don't know, I guess his kids just have to die now because...
Yeah, there's like other solutions, you know? And it's like, for me, like, my whole thing is like back in like April, like once March came along, and then like after that, April was like quiet. Like it was at that point where he was continuing to make the content he wanted to make, and that's totally fine or whatever. He wasn't doing reaction content that much, I don't believe, but I wasn't watching his like more recent stuff after.
The 12 Days of Gormus was like one of the last times he reacted to something.
Okay, so
but
like,
it was recent at the time I was covering it.
That's true. Yeah, that was his most recent
like,
stuff.
Months ago, but...
Right. But, like, in terms
By the
of,
way,
like,
if you guys have any questions or comments or concerns about the Moth situation, just feel free to @ me in the chat, and I'll try to get to it. Obviously, I'm going to see Super Chats easier, and I'm probably going to respond to more Super Chats than not Super Chats. But, you know, like I said, if you're just because you're not paying me money doesn't mean you need to... do anything, you know?
Of course, yeah. And I think like one of the bigger things to mention about like this whole thing is that like I want like during that whole April part where you were telling me, hey, I was working like with his mods and like we were convincing him to like age restrict content, and like I'm like I thought he was gonna generally like start changing stuff and like kind of
I thought he was too, and that's why I didn't think I'd have to make this video.
Right. And it was like, if he was going to make genuine changes, then I'm like, okay, the one change I would want him to make is not even like to not expose himself to gore, because if this is his niche, if he likes the morbid curious stuff, then that's totally fine, but protect your peace, man. Like, if he, like what Johnson was saying, like, there was a part where he changed, like this stuff was really affecting him, and like, if that's the case, then I'm like, dude, Moth needs to take breaks, man. Like, I cannot emphasize this enough. He needs to take fucking breaks.
I mean, I don't...
Or make different content. Like, do you know he has, like, a separate channel where he was talking about, like, Berserk and stuff like that? And that was... I will die on this hill and say that that Berserk video he made isn't even that bad. It's actually pretty decent. Like, I'm just like, if you went full spooky rice on us, no one would have a fucking problem with you. In fact, I'd be like, dude, that's protecting your peace, man.
That's much better.
Fake shit movie stuff.
I mean, I can watch movies all day, every day, like horror movies. I love horror movies. Nothing's gonna stop me and all that.
Right.
But
like I'm like thinking about this. I'm like, if this dude like pulled a spooky rice and watched disturbing movies instead of like real life shit, no one's gonna complain, because it's like, you know, even if he were to like play disturbing video games at that and like talk about like the history of those things, it's like there's some merit to doing that too. If he like fucking did icebergs, maybe that's not the fucking disturbing whatever iceberg that he's infamously making or whatever. Like, if he just like redirected his content to still being disturbing stuff, but just not this, then no one would have a fucking problem with him except for the people that are egging to like watch this shit. And it's like, would you, if you're gonna try to protect your peace, do you want to be around those people anyways? Probably not.
Yeah.
So it's like,
but
could you not?
Long story short, okay, let me check my Discord now.
Protect your peace, Moth. Like, if you want all this to stop, just literally do content that is not going to make you spiral like fucking crazy and let you like make you have a mental breakdown every 2 weeks. Like, it's not that hard. Like, it's what he's doing technically counts as digital self-harm. Technically, by constantly watching the videos he watches and like people being like, you should watch this disturbing video, you should watch this one, cover this one on your channel. It's like, drawing the line somewhere is a good start, but completely cutting yourself off and like taking like a good month break from just watching anything disturbing at all, you might come out of the other end and realize, oh, why did I fucking expose myself for that shit for so fucking long? It's like, protect the peace, man. Like, you have obligations to yourself mentally that you need to establish. One of those things being just, not doing that.
Hey guys, I just wanted to let you guys know that I updated the description. It will now include a Twitter testimonial as someone who was affected by Moth. It's Snail, you know who. But
we love Snail.
Oh, you're back.
We found him. What happened? Did Moth take you? Did he abduct you?
No. I accidentally I had a little bit of technical difficulties.
Damn, that was anticlimactic. Everyone in chat was just like, he just got he got raptured by Moth. They just went.
Yeah.
Glad to have you back.
I just got a screenshot from Moth's Discord. Apparently, yeah, Moth's mad. Moth's like, he's saying that the reason why I banned you is because you're in my stream right now. So.
Like now? This
yeah,
very moment?
Yeah.
Wait,
but he banned you fucking yesterday.
Yeah, he said I got a screenshot. Moth's like banned 2 C words. One of them's on TCR stream. Talking I guess bringing up like I like how they're trying to say I'm a pedophile who waits.
No, he's not a pedophile.
He wasn't.
No, he's saying let me finish because there's more here.
Like,
because that's not quite what he's saying. Is like I like how they're saying I'm a pedophile who wants to wait until kids turn 18 so they can post nudes in here.
Is that
so that's
so let me clarify for that, because I think that's I'm not even gonna let him try to defend himself with that shit. So what the deal is, right, is the 2 prerequisites are you have to be there for a month at the server, and you have to submit like the ID verification to a mod. Now there have been, I can deadass, I'll have to fucking skim through this fucking, well, no, we might have screenshots of that shit already.
Who knows?
Yeah, fucking people deadass like that were in that server that as soon as they turned 18, they got verified and they went fucking wild. So I'm gonna be real with you, like I'm fucking, if he's wondering why none of these other YouTubers are ever going to be willing to touch him, even the gore and all that shit aside, because a lot of them were willing to look past all the creepy shit. You know, again, that's your niche. Don't show fucking people getting stomped out on YouTube. But, hey, beyond that, and again, he's shown a lot of fucking worse. Jesus Christ. I've seen videos uncensored of like him showing people tied up in I don't know if it was like a Venezuelan or an El Salvadorian prison.
Oh, are you talking about the like gulag prison cannibalism thing?
No. Well, no, it's not like gulag or anything. It's just like this gang took over a prison. Like that happens all the time.
No, the video was like called like something gulag.
No, this is a different one. You're thinking of a different one. This is a long time ago. And the dude, again, this is a long time ago. I want to emphasize that. And I mean like a fucking year and a half, maybe 2.
Yep, and as we know,
the
it's
guy,
not
like,
selling gore videos if the video is 2 years old.
Yeah. Of course, right.
My God.
Thank God,
And
Just
right?
make sure that we're all aware. If it would happen 2 years ago, it didn't happen.
It might as well. It might as well not. The statutes of limitations like 2 years, dude.
Did
So
you not know?
I believe that him showing that video, it like that was the one video where, you know, when people talk about like what's the most like just depraved like soulless shit, you know, like fucking. So this guy, and I'm talking like, you know, not, there's plenty worse. There's always gonna be worse, and that's the scariest part. But this guy in this video, he's basically like, I don't know if it was his fingers or if it was somebody else's. He was missing fingers, but this dude was feeding him his fingers like chicken nuggets, and he dropped one. Like, he dropped one. The guy tied up, like, dropped one out of his mouth, and he fucking reached down and, like, signaled for the guy to fucking pick it up and give it to him.
Mm-hmm.
They were, like, what kind of hell? What kind of hell is that? You know?
And that was like,
Jesus
that like
Christ.
in the uncensored videos, or was that like on YouTube?
That wasn't in the archive. That was fuck. I don't know if I saw that on Patreon or something. I don't know. It wasn't uncensored on YouTube. It wasn't uncensored on YouTube.
Okay, so it likely was from, because like I remembered,
sure.
I know what video you're talking about. I've seen it because I skimmed through all of the uncensored ones. So that was, I think that was one of the ones he was offering. Because the description you're giving me sounds very similar to a video I've seen from that archive.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
since
But
Moth is
going
in his
back-
Discord. Since Moth is in his Discord getting really, really mad, let's talk about a question that Slime Beast had for you, Wet. How much of the server dynamic is like Moth, or how much of it is just like people setting the structure up for him? Like, how much control structure-wise does Moth has, or is it like mostly just his fan base?
Oh, Moth has complete control. What are you talking about? Shit, Moth and Andrea.
Well, yeah.
I mean, his mod team definitely, they have like a tribunal thing that goes on with, you know, the you know, whatever affairs and whatnot, and they
Wait, I'm gonna interrupt real quick here. Lyric Boss asked a question. Okay, in respect to both sides, what about a live debate between that creepy reading them off? What the fuck is there to debate? The guy lied. I mean, I would do it. But, like, what is there to argue? The guy empirically, factually lied for months about that room never existing.
Yeah.
And
creepy, like, brother, no offense to you, Moth's really good at getting into somebody's ass. Like, he's really good at it.
He's just, like, he's not gonna have like, the thing that people don't understand, he's not gonna argue with me in good faith. There's not going to be a point in time where he's going to be truthful and have, like, an argument that explains himself, because his arguments are, I'm lying and I proved I was not. What are you going to do? Actually, no, you really are, dipshit? Like, what do you expect? What kind of argument could you make for selling footage of a 15-year-old being stomped to death? That was my argument from the beginning. He was selling it. I proved it. What is there left to say?
And to be honest, like, as far as, like, brutality, that's not even, like...
I know it's not the worst you've seen, and I know it's not the worst you've shown, and I know that there's worse out there. I'm just arguing that maybe that video should have been age-restricted and not auto-played at me at 4 in the fucking morning.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've heard people say that they,
like, I'm not a Puritan. I love horror movies. I just fucking watched Terrifier 2. I thought it was great.
And you see, I've suggested to Moth a lot of videos in the past too, right? And I'm gonna be real, he hasn't used any of them. But I don't suggest like gore and shit like that, right? Like, who the fuck wants to see gore?
Like, you watch one video and it makes you feel like gross. You see a photo and it makes you feel gross, and then eventually it's just like, ah, yes, this will make me feel gross. Like, that's all it does. It makes you feel gross, and if you repeatedly expose yourself to it, it can lead to addiction. That's the simple fact of the matter.
Well, it's definitely, you know, you got to think, like, death is a major factor.
You got to understand too that criticism I laid is mostly for minors. Like, if you're under 25, your brain is more likely to form an addictive symbiotic relationship with the content that you're consuming, especially if it's like the empathy porn that the gore videos give. So if you're under 18 and you're watching a lot of gore videos, you could get addicted to that. It's a very real thing.
I feel that. You know, I don't think there's ever been science done. I think there should be. You know, like I had a major issue with I'm not gonna say issue, but Moth and Andrea a while back, and I posed the question, what's worse for a child to see, gore or sex? And they thought I was aiming that at them. And I'm gonna be real low key, Andrea. I was totally fucking aiming it at y'all. Like I was absolutely, yes.
And can we be real here too? Like when it comes to children seeing gore, right? You are seeing a lot more of the human body when seeing a like child get mutilated than you are like in CP. They're both equally fucked up, and they're both like horrible. But
I'm not saying CP. I'm saying normal like porn. Like what's worse for a child to see, normal porn or
normal
death?
Gore? Okay.
Or death, just death.
I would.
Death comes in a billion fucking forms, you know. It's, and I'm gonna be real. I don't condemn people for their curiosities. I find fascination in a lot of crazy shit myself.
We gotta.
Rabbit hole. 1 second, please. I've gone down the rabbit hole of trying to figure out, you know, what could be worse than that. You know, thinking to myself, what could be worse than that? This dude got flayed. What could be worse than that? This dude got like shivved in the armpit with the fucking X-Acto knife. Like, what could be worse? You know, and it brings you to some horrible conclusions because you will never find out what's worse. You don't want to know. You don't want to know, and I think Moth knows that, and he pulls punches. But what he's done, what he's shown, what he's exposed to children, I'm sorry, I'm not down with the argument that it's up to the parents if you're the one making the fucking content, bro. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I've got a kid. I don't want my kid to see fucking cock and ball torture on autoplay.
I'm gonna explain that a little bit more too, because like the autoplay that needs to be understood. When you age restrict the video, right? Like when you tell YouTube this is not for kids, you need to be 18 years or older. It doesn't put it into the autoplay system, meaning that you won't see the video like pop up. It won't like you won't be going to bed and then the video will start playing at you, right?
Right. So
Moth was not age restricting videos that contained audio of infants being brutalized. Can we be real here with how fucked up that is? We're not talking about like the people on YouTube Kids. We're talking about the 16-year-olds who were watching Wendigoon's YouTube channel and then watched a collaboration video Wendigoon and fucking Plague Moth did, and then getting nailed by like being autoplayed into the Amber Alert video, which wasn't age restricted, until I fucking yelled at him and had to subject myself to all this crap. And it was only because I subjected myself to all of this that video actually got voluntarily age restricted, because YouTube wouldn't do it because their system sucks. It can't tell, you know, that it's an actual baby being beaten to death.
Right. It's like it feels like an exploitation of people who are morbidly curious. It's like, you know, if you're morbidly curious, this is the type of things you should be watching according to Plague Moth, and it's like, no, people need a cutoff, and also it needs to be presented to them. If they're not ready to go into that realm, that it needs to be presented to them that, listen, if you're not ready for it, then don't. Like, just like Johnson was saying, you don't want to know what the worst is.
You know, like Moth's told people in the past, you know, like if you've got a weak stomach, you know, if you have these triggers, you know, anything like this, you know, that's the thing. So Moth's big on like he's big into appealing to, you know, a lot of sensitive people, and I'm not gonna clarify that. They know who they are, but beyond that, it's almost like you said, he takes their hand, he walks them through it. You know, some of them already know, a lot. a good bit of people, well, I'm not gonna say a good bit of people, a good handful of people in that server know a lot more than Moth. You know,
Right.
you gotta think Moth gets his information from somewhere. So I'm gonna be real, he saved himself a lot of fucking troubles if he'd asked more questions. His problem is he's a like, and no, that's.
I honestly feel like he gives more of a play-by-play commentary than like explain it. Like sometimes he'll like read a little bit of a news article, but for the most part, it's usually like play-by-play. And then like later on, it started turning into giving more context. But when it started out, especially the 99 Stomps video, it's just like, here's a 15-year-old, she's about to get the stomped the fuck out of. We're gonna watch that, and then it's him explaining what happens, and then it's him counting it.
Moth has made in the past fantastic documentary and like styled pieces. I'm not gonna go down the list. He's shed light on some things that I feel are very important. He's also completely like squandered every fucking thing with bullshit, but he's more focused at this point on being infamous than you know any measure of success on YouTube. I at this point he's got to know, like, fucking man, where do you go from here? You gonna go on Kick, bro? You gonna go on Rumble?
I thought his Kick got
like
terminated already. Did it not?
I don't know. So I modded his Twitch, right? And I'm gonna be real, his Twitch chats while I modded it was for the most part tame. Like we had a couple fuckheads, but you know, like it was, you know.
Yeah.
And Moth was very careful as to what he could show on Twitch. You know,
Right.
He deleted the
as
Twitch,
soon as
if
he
I'm not
started using
mistaken,
Kick-
because of the... Didn't he delete the Twitch because of the like ongoing issues with?
Yeah,
got no
from what
idea,
I
bro.
understand, he
Like,
completely
honestly-
transferred his Kick. From what I understand, he's like, fuck Twitch, we're going over to Kick, because he couldn't react to uncensored gore. Or like, well, not even that. It was more of like, I think Twitch changed their like policies on like monetization or whatever. Like it became like a 70-30 to a 50-50 or like whatever, and then it started fucking over like a lot of smaller like streamers. So that might have been the reason why. Beyond the fact that he can't react to that.
I mean, to be honest, the last couple of streams that I watched, and you know, of course, I was never a Kick mod. Thank God, like that chat's wild, bro. Like that's oh Jesus, that's where the real Moth fans are, huh? Like that's oh my
Real Moth
God,
fans
like,
follow on Kick.
No,
They watch him off and then they go to Aiden Ross.
Oh my
That would be a
God.
nightmare to moderate that. That's jeez. But beyond that, it's like it's at this point fucking irrelevant. Like what are you gonna do on Twitch, bro? Like fuck, you know? He could have actually made a difference in the way people think, in the way people perceive life, and they see how precious it is. He could have showed people how precious life is, how quickly it could just be taken in the most horrible ways, and he would rather fucking do this. It's pathetic, Moth. I hope you're fucking watching this. It's pathetic, bro. I've genuinely come to like I'm disappointed. I'm just disappointed.
I'm
I
sorry
think a
that
lot
you
of
have to
people are.
watch. I am sorry that you'd have to watch like someone that you once looked up to, who you thought could do good spiral like this. It's gotta suck. I couldn't imagine. I mean, I guess I kind of could because it's like of personal things in my personal life that are sort of similar, but like it's gotta suck to be fighting for someone so hard and they just refuse to change. You know, it's like what's even the point?
Dude, Johnson was like fighting so hard from the
We were
beginning.
talking
He
about
was
this.
like, from the beginning, Johnson was like, look, I don't want this guy to lose everything, you know. And I'm like, I don't know how much I can prevent that when he's like breaking all these rules just to like give me a middle finger.
We could have prevented that if the shit just ended. Like if there was never like
The second video?
as I called it, like a slime beast arc, bro.
But I wanted
Like
to
the
ask
slime
about that
beast arc
too.
just like reignited everything, and we're over there thinking like, what the fuck? We were almost out of the woods,
No,
bro.
no, we weren't, because he wasn't. Like the only reason, like, yeah, no, we weren't out of the woods. He wasn't stopping, right? And you know,
Could have been though. He could have just stopped. If he'd have stopped right there, things might have been able to be fixed.
yeah, no, if Moth just like honestly, like Slime Beast has such a small audience. Like I'm not like gonna make fun of him because I'm not, but it's just like Moth has
even
400,000
that.
followers, and he's sitting here making like a full-length documentary about a guy with like 2,000 followers and 300 views.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
it's
I said,
embarrassing.
Moth needs a boogeyman. Moth needs a boogeyman. You know, it's constant.
And it's
You know,
not
it's
like
just a
he
change
even, it's not even like Moth brought up any of the valid or like what people perceive to be valid criticisms from Slimebeast's history. It's just like, let's go into his DeviantArt, let's search through 500 to 1,000 plus posts, and let's find the one that makes him look most like a pedophile, and then run with it. And like, that's... What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to say to that?
Yeah, I did want to ask though, Johnson, like, because you were still in the server by the time that the whole Slime Beast thing happened. What was your thoughts on all that? Because you were like saying we were almost out of the woods, and then he made that video. So like, what the hell? What is your thoughts on like Slime Beast's like allegations against him? Purely, I don't know if you've been paying attention to much, but I could catch you up if you need to.
So, as far as Slime Beast goes, like, I don't know how that shit started. I saw it in chat. I'm gonna be honest. I recently got promoted at work, so I'm you know,
Not in the chat
thing.
as much.
Yeah, I'm not in the chat as much. Like, and I expressed this to TCR.
I think he said something on Slime Beast started saying stuff on Twitter before like I had ever had anything to do with it. And then he saw the, like, he of his own volition found the, like, inconsistencies with, like, the weirdness of the footage.
I'm gonna be honest. From what I've seen of Slime Beast, and, you know, bro, I don't know you, I don't know what you do, I just know what I've seen and what I've personally read from the little bit I've looked into it, bro, and you seem a little narcissistic. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what axe you have to grind. I'm sure there are many. Moth is great at giving out reasons, but you know, like, I wish you the best, bro, but you done poked the beehive too, brother, and I mean, shit. So
I mean, to be fair, that beehive was one that needed
honest.
to come down.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
It was like you don't
well,
understand, Johnson. But from my perspective, I was getting weekly death threats from people who are saying they were with cartels. Now, I know that they weren't, and I know that they were probably 13-year-olds, but the fact is that people who were watching Moth thought that it was completely fucking acceptable to come to my community, say that they're with the cartel, and that they're going to find me and hurt me.
That's the thing, a lot of people there are not okay with that.
I know a lot of people aren't, but fucking Moth is.
The problem is, if you speak up, you get ostracized.
Yeah,
What the fuck happened
that's
to me?
the problem.
You know?
That's why Moth needed to lose that community. Because now that he doesn't have 20,000 followers to blast I'm a pedophile over, I don't get death threats anymore. Holy
Yeah,
shit!
to be honest,
It
as
all
far as
fucking
the death
stopped
threats-
after he lost all of his stuff.
well,
as
it's
far as
almost
the
like
death
the
threats,
beacon.
So, it's really important to note the death threats, which I was present for. I'd say most of them, or a lot of them in the Discord.
No, you know
Discord,
about the
I'm
ones
not
in the
fucking
Discord.
there.
You don't know about the ones sent to my
Yeah.
emails,
Yeah,
my Twitter DMs.
yeah, all of that, I've got no idea.
I don't know what was said in the server.
The vast majority of Moth's fan base isn't in that server.
Yeah.
You know? So it's, as far as the people in that server goes, the death threats came from people that, one of them came from a person who was apparently had a history of death threats against people, from what I found. We got screenshots of that. That was wild, but they were a minor at that time, and when they you know, had a couple interesting things to say to you. I don't remember if it was a chainsaw or a shotgun or something.
It was TCR needs to meet the business end of a 12 gauge.
Yep.
Fancy.
Yep. There we go.
I remember
Say
it.
what you want.
I remember
Yeah.
that because that was one of my first death threats I've ever gotten on YouTube. You know, it wasn't until I started
listen,
talking.
man.
Dude, I had been on YouTube for 9 fucking years. I dealt with low tier God, and Plague Moth's community was my first death threat.
Dude, I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
bro,
honest, right?
There's some crazy ones, but a lot of that community, and you can't stress this enough, or I can't, aren't like that. It's just if you speak against, you're ostracized.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
you're given strikes for antagonizing Moth and Andrew. Like, please, bitch, I don't give a fuck if I antagonize you. If you're making the wrong decision, I'm not gonna lie for you. My breaking point was when they said that there was no super secret videos. I know for a fucking fact that there was a super secret videos. Every single person in that server knew for a fucking fact that there was a super secret videos, and they all knew what the fuck was in it. And every single one of them lied. I'm not gonna say every single one. A lot of people stayed silent. A lot of them fucking lied. And then Moth had new people come into the server that had never been in the community before, well after this shit started with the super secret video stuff. Like after it got deleted. And they were saying it fucking never existed. Of course it doesn't exist to you because you weren't here when it was fucking deleted.
And
but Moth has
Right.
you manipulated enough to go on Twitter
Yeah,
and to
remember-
fucking DCMA strike people. This is one of the people that was striking you.
Yeah. So
Wasn't even in the server when this shit started.
I'm going to be also
Very vocal
talking.
about it.
I'm also going to be talking. Wait.
Or
Did the person who claimed to be Slime Beast, who copyright struck me, come forward?
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about people that like reported you, not struck.
Right.
Reported.
Okay. I might be letting some other people get on the mic. I'm still feeling out. I'll see how I feel after I'm done going over this anecdote. But let's be real here, guys. You want to go over some timeline here? I reported Plague Moth's Patreon because he was selling the 99 Stomps video because I'm morally against selling the 99 Stomps video. Moth then makes a video claiming that it was Kiwi Farms and other people, right, that were coming after him. I come forward saying, no, it's not about his gender identity. It was me. Just like me. Dumb that creepy reading. Cartoon Agretzico tattoo boy. And then Moth changes his tune, makes a live stream where he then shows his Discord and shows that the super secret video room was not there. We have audit logs that prove that this room was deleted likely the same fucking day as that live stream.
It was.
So
It was deleted around like
6:04
think
p.m.
I think it needs to be emphasized too, like when we're talking
He
about.
knows
in
what
terms
he's
of, like-
doing, and it's not like right now I know what he's going to shift the argument to, right? It's going to be, well, the secret video room was there, but it didn't have my uncensored videos.
Then
And it
where
did.
did you get the fucking
did.
post, dog?
It did have the uncensored videos though,
No,
and I have a
I can
screenshot of
say-
it.
I can
This
say
is
as
his
a
fucking
person
theory,
who's
though.
watched all of them, they existed. Like I watched every single one of them.
They
Come on
they,
now,
they
like, I
not
was a
only
big Moth
existed, they were there until 2023.
No, here's his
Yeah.
theory, right? This is his grand theory. He believes that you got those screenshots that you showed that he shared on his first live stream. He believes you got those three screenshots from Kiwi Farms, which is why he thinks you're an avid Kiwi Farms member, because he thinks that people from Kiwi Farms go into his fucking server, take screenshots of shit, and then post them on fucking Kiwi Farms, because one little message where he's like, hey, everything from the Patreon's going to be moved over to Discord is on Kiwi Farms. And that's why he believes that creepy screenshots when he originally started this whole thing is from Kiwi Farms, and why he thinks you're a Kiwi Farms member, because he doesn't think that you actually took those screenshots in the moments when you were in the server.
Yeah, he's actually an idiot for that, because here's the thing. If you go on Kiwi Farms, in whatever form it's archived right now, my screenshots that I used were not posted there. And if
Right,
they
they
were
didn't exist
posted
until
there,
now.
it would have been posted after my tweet. And the
I think
thing that needs to be noted is that while there is a full page screenshot of the Plagued Moth thing where he's talking about the secret video room and saying that tier 2 donators and all that, there is a bigger one of that. But if you look at my screenshot, because I took it on a higher resolution monitor and it's more up close, mine's sharper and of a different higher resolution than the one that's available on Kiwi Farms.
Right.
So
And I
it's
think-
they're not the same photo. I couldn't have gotten that screenshot from Kiwi Farms.
And I think it's also really important to point out too, because we were what was just talking about how his breaking point was the entire server lying. I don't think I have seen a single fucking community, like for any YouTuber, react this way when it comes to controversy, where they all collectively just decide, nope, that didn't happen.
Bro,
How the fuck
there's a
do
lot
you
of people in
conduct?
there that would drink the Kool-Aid.
Oh, dude,
How the
dude,
fuck do
Kreesik
you
pasta, man.
conduct?
Kreesik pasta.
There are people in there that would drink the Kool-Aid, and that's the scary part.
That's the thing, is that I have never seen a community act like this. Like, for most part, like, when people fucking, like, call me Carson or something like that, when they get exposed for whatever, most of their community, like, or, like, not even call me Carson, but, like, who's that other guy? Gus Johnson. When, like, accusations came out about both those guys, their whole communities turned against them immediately. It's like, they had no fucking fan base
It's the
after
addiction, dude. Remember I was telling you about addiction?
Yeah, but, like, I'm so confused as to how
So,
this fucking
you see, I
community is
think
just,
it's
like...
more so like Moth is just really good at parasocial relationships, right? Like he's to the point to where he has no shame. The man will get up in a full-blown maid dress with the little bow on his head or whatever the fuck it is, and dance around. He's not even doing it for donations. He's doing that just to entertain. Like he's.
I mean,
And
good
that
for
part
him.
of
Like,
him-
go
that
off,
part of
sis.
him-
But,
like that part of him, you know, it's like, okay, you know, what way to make it, you know, a little bit more lighthearted, you know, in your weird little mothy way. But it's like all the other stuff. It's the you're going to believe this, and if you speak on this, you're going to speak with these facts, and you're gonna take the source of trust me, bro, and you're gonna believe these wild accusations about these people you don't know. Like, I heard so much shit about the two of you, and the crazy thing is, I'm one of the very few people in that server that actually have an insight as to what's going on the other side
By the way,
Right,
throughout
yeah.
the whole thing.
I want to apologize for the lack of moderation. It's very hard to mod the chat, and I got people, you know, like Lazy's here on their phone, and I'm pretty sure
Hi.
Wet is in the same boat.
Yes.
I was modding it as best as I could. I didn't necessarily understand that the letters were like, I don't know. I thought that was like a meme or something. I didn't realize that was like a crypto scam thing. So I apologize. I should have been more on that.
To be fair, though, it's not like you and I are avid, like, fucking live streamers anyway, so it's like, we don't have a mod team, because, like, we barely ever live stream, so, like, what's the fucking point of having a mod team? But, like, you know.
I just, like, it's
Always
just,
gotta have
I'm
a
not
trusted
trying
person.
to incite a war. I want Moth to just fuck off. Just stop. Get your YouTube channel
So-
back. Don't fuck it up again. Use your subscribe star. Build your audience up. Stop selling the gore videos. If you stop
Right.
selling them, we
Though,
don't have an
it's-
issue.
So it's like throughout all of the drama, right? Throughout, because like I said, there's a big chain of it. It's never ending. Like, you know, it's person after person, and Moth just needs this boogeyman to harp on about, you know, to fucking get sympathy from. He's being attacked by this person, you know, and it's a lot of them. Like I said, you know, Jimmy J's a meth head, Soldier Sam's psychotic, you know, and Fergie was just in love. He was a little kid who was in love with Moth. He's weird and probably a criminal at this point. I don't know what the fuck he's done, but you know, so I'm not accusing. I'm not condoning anything that guy does. I don't fucking know him like that. But he fucking looked up to Moth, and he was like Moth's little like. It's like Moth was just God, and like Fergie was just like cast down, and like just like, oh, that's blasphemous.
Right.
But anyways, and then it comes to y'all. It comes to Creepy, and you are the first person Moth has come up against with a fan base.
Right.
So it was an entirely different ball game right off the bat.
Like, I could
And-
say something and people will actually fucking hear it. He can't just, like, yell into a well where it's just an echo chamber of all the horrible shit he says. He now has to actually debate my arguments on the merit of the argument? What?
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Man,
Can we
he
do
should be,
a
man,
wall
if,
with that?
I'm
Just
telling you,
reflection.
if I was manipulative and shitty like Plague Moth was, this guy would have a bad day.
He wants to call me a cunt, bro. Like I've
No, he
so-
already did.
And I'm no, so I'm
He did it
keeping
to me
quiet.
several times.
I'm keeping quiet about a lot of stuff for privacy's sake, right? Like there's so much more.
You're
Like
being pretty gracious. I'll
brother,
give you that.
I could air your whole thing out about the kind of deals you do in Walmart parking lots, buddy. I could air your whole fucking thing out. I could air your whole fucking thing out. But you know, yeah, in the fucking dad van or whatever the fuck it is. But you know, beyond that, I don't give a fuck, bro. You do you. Yeah, let me be a little cunt, traitor, bitch, whatever. I'm not condoning any of the shit that he's doing anymore. Like I didn't condone it in the fucking first place to the point where I was ostracized regularly.
No, you were.
You know?
I saw that. People were like, "Are you the spy?" And the answer is not the only one.
He's got so many rats in his fucking kitchen, dog.
I know that I have. I know that there might be like someone from his community in my server, but the difference is that I don't care. There's nothing in my server where I've done anything wrong. I give out like invites to my like Patreon server like it's candy. Basically, anyone who's ever supported the channel in any way gets an invite to the Patreon server. If if you show me that you donated to the stream, you get an invite to the Patreon server. You helped me with a script or submitted like an idea that I ended up using, you get an invite to the Patreon server. I think you're cool and you helped me keep my mental health sane while I was dealing with something shitty, you get an invite to the Patreon server. You know, I don't like hide it. I'm not doing anything in there. We got rules against posting NSFW or NSFL, and we try to keep our discussions more focused on the mental health side of video games and animation, as this channel has been built upon. Sure, we'll talk about drama like in the public sphere, like with Illuminati and stuff like that, but that's just because I do a yearly list where I talk about the worst actors on YouTube, because someone's got to talk about the worst people on YouTube.
Clean up your house.
Someone also has to talk about like the worst of everything else, like it's important that a lot of that stuff's just glossed over by people. Apathy is one of the worst traits people can develop, and so many of us are guilty of it daily, and it's in a million different ways. Apathy is it's a disease. It really is. And I had hoped that Moth could change that with some people, that he could be that light at the end of this dark ass fucking tunnel. Being like, hey, it's okay. There's people that want to make this better. Mm-hmm. There's people that want to actually make a difference. People with a voice, like a sizable voice, that are willing to tell people, the truth.
Yep. And what's funny? If Moth really wanted to do that, he would try to do his best to keep his monetization, because YouTube restricts and throttles videos that aren't monetized.
There's a lot of things. Like, let's be real, Wendigoon's even come under fire for talking about a lot of stuff with monetization.
No. I know that Wendigoon has, but Wendigoon also is trying his best to keep it.
Yeah.
Moth is like, I'm edgy. I'm going to watch children die. Get mad, cry, cope, loser. And it's like, do you not want to talk about this?
Ship has long sailed. He hasn't had a hope for monetization on YouTube in a long time.
And it's like, he tried to get the, 144 video monetized, and it's like, why are you trying to monetize that?
Which is crazy. That was like any video that they had posting that shit was instantly flagged.
Yeah, he was like, he literally tweeted out like the 144 video, and it was like a tweet. I have it in my proof of gore segment. Or not in that segment, but in my folders here, but basically he was trying to get that video unmonetized or
Brother.
He submitted an appeal, it got rejected, and then it was him getting mad that it got rejected.
It's crazy that you even have to prove that there's gore. Bro, everybody in the fucking server knew there was gore. It wasn't even an open secret. It was just you ask and we tell.
Right.
That's why I was able to find evidence. It was just me going through the chat logs, and I found evidence that several mods have pointed people in the direction of the super secret video room, a room that I saw with my own 2 eyes. I didn't really think it would be such a contentious issue, so I didn't take so many screenshots when I was in there, because I thought it would be absolutely fucking insane for anyone to claim that room didn't exist.
Right, and like, let's be honest with ourselves here. Plague Moth has built up an entire community of morbidly curious people who love watching gore from the dark web or like watching it on the surface web or whatever. They're into Mondo Gore, they're on Mondo Gore like Reddit communities. So you're really gonna be out here telling me that you, as a gore tuber who watches uncensored, like does reaction Jinx style videos to like gore that you find or that gets requested to you, and then you're seriously gonna sit there and tell us that you run your Patreon squeaky clean and also your Discord, and your Discord's totally not full of people that only want to talk about gore? Like, come the fuck on, dog. Like, this is your fucking community. This is what you've built off of your YouTube channel. Like Creepy said, his whole community is built off of people talking about video games and media that is interesting, that is also disturbing. And the reason why his Discord reflects that is because that's what his YouTube channel is built off of. So you're here to tell me that your Discord does not reflect your YouTube in any way? Like, hello? Let's be for real. Like, come on now.
Moth said that he got his channel demonetized because he tried to upload a video on the Christchurch shooting, according to Savox.
Well, that's gonna get you fucking demonetized. Of course it will.
The thing is that like I've talked about like the Israeli-Lebanon war and got fully monetized.
Yeah, like
you can talk about these subject matter in a way where YouTube will let you monetize it. You just can't be incredibly insensitive and like jokey and memey when talking about such heavy subject matter. I don't I mean, like, you know, I only make a meme after 40 minutes into a video because it's silly how ridiculously cartoonish the accusations are, you know? Like, it's not like, oh, that creepy reading doesn't fulfill Patreon awards. That creepy reading didn't pay an artist. That creepy reading owes an editor. You know, it's not something like that that might actually make sense, you know, something that I have been guilty of in the past. Of course, rectified, but, you know, it's like he's with a cabal of child predators on the deep web and uses his private server to sex chat minors? How do I even respond to that other than showing a blank screen?
So, I'd like to forward something. So the other cunt that he's referring to is a good friend of mine. Ooh, fireworks. Named Kebab. Yes, he's finished.
Hey, we're gonna just really clarify that Slime Beast wasn't like strictly like coming after to just strictly attack Moth either. There were a lot of ethical concerns going around. He talked about him for the same reasons I did.
Yeah, and that's fair. It's just I feel like Slime Beast is also one of those people that definitely likes to act like his shit doesn't stink.
Wait a minute. No. Wait, we gotta go.
Claims that he's like one of the claims that he's like one of the best creepypasta writers on earth. Like, come on, like world renowned, bro.
Let's not shit on him. I mean, he did write some of the stories that like built the creepypasta community.
Look,
I mean, regardless of their quality or not, he did do that. So I mean, I'm not gonna take away his accolades, but I will say that according to him, Plague Moth came after him first because of his association with me.
And that may be true. That may definitely be true. I don't know.
And like I believe he said that in my video too, because I believe that because you have to remember, Plague Moth was calling Daft Pina a groomer because he was friends with me.
Not to mention the shit that happened with fucking Scare Theater.
He went after everyone around me in an attempt to get them to stop associating. I believe that's my thoughts on it. But that's the thing. And he did it to Slime Beast, and then Slime Beast went goblin mode on him. So that's another. In my opinion, he poked a hornet's nest that was Slime Beast.
Yeah, and he's probably gonna do the same thing to me, except he's gonna do it with my actual friends and not associates. He's not gonna be trying to damage reputation with me. He's gonna be trying to damage relationships. And
which I think is probably worse.
You know, it is, but I'm not even going to open that can of worms. I don't know Slime Beast to, like, know this guy personally. Like, I know what I've read. I tried to be unbiased. I read what he wrote. I'm going to be real with you. I didn't read what Moth wrote about him. I read his shit. Like, I read his bio and stuff. And it's like, that seems a little, well, you top dog, huh? Okay.
I mean, that's just your opinion of, like, whatever.
And, go off, dude. You know, hey, you know, I'm sure I might have fucking heard one of his creepypastas and I don't even know it. You know.
He wrote Abandoned by
Um,
Disney, which is the story that got me into like creepypastas like initially.
Yeah.
So I do hold respect for at least like his body of work, and some of his stuff has been like viewed millions upon millions of times.
Yeah.
And I
I
feel
will
like
say,
I mean, like, you can say what you want about the quality of the stories themselves. That's a personal opinion,
Mhm.
but you cannot take away the man's accolades.
I will say this
yeah,
about
and
Slime Beast
I'm
though,
not.
in terms of like his behavior, especially on Twitter. That guy's like crazy in a good way in terms of like coming after Moth as much as he did, but he is a little he's a little out there. Like he's a bit wild. Like in comparison to me and Creepy, right? Creepy wouldn't make any direct accusations because he didn't really have all the full facts. He just kind of saw what he saw on the Discord.
I
Took
saw what I
the
saw. I
screenshots he
believed what I
did.
believed. I was wrong.
Yeah.
I corrected that literally the day after.
Right, and Slime Beast just doesn't give a fuck. He
Like,
just went steamrolling right into the fucking Daisy thing, and it was like, holy shit, dude.
I mean, like, and could you blame him? Could you fucking blame
I
him?
don't, but like at the same time, I'm like, holy shit, this guy really's going after him.
Because,
I
like,
was
because you guys
oh.
got to remember that this is the same dude that was called a pedophile for liking a goddamn picture
Of like a person whose age
15
is
years ago.
It's so funny.
Like,
It's
can we
amazing.
talk about how silly that is?
So as far as all of that goes, I heard that there was like what, like 2 pictures on like a DeviantArt or some shit, and
Mhm.
that they looked questionably young. If they weren't young, and if those are like actual models that like you can show receipts for, there shouldn't even be a fucking thing.
Give me
Now,
1 second. Slime Beast wants to get into the call. Is it cool if I add him?
yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna have to bounce here shortly.
That's fine.
But
That's
yeah.
fine.
The only thing I will say in terms of like that whole situation is that like he was trying to say that like I don't know if anyone remembers this, like, because like Plague Moth started up this whole fucking Twitter thing where he was asking people their opinions on Lolicon, and the reason why is because he believed one of the pictures that Slime Beast was liking was someone who was like drawing Lolicon, despite the fact that the artist was drawing herself and she is an adult and her body type is just particularly like younger looking because they're like, I don't know what their body type looks like, but she's like, all of the pictures I draw is of my body type. It is a personification of myself, and she's an adult. So basically, like, at some point, fucking, I don't know what happened because like I think it got deleted, but like there was like a poll that Plague Moth did asking his like community is like lolicon child porn. And like he was having back and forth with people, either like justifying lolicon or like telling him, hey, why the fuck are you asking about lolicon? Like, what the fuck? So it was like, I'm deleting this like thread now because it's just gotten too toxic. And I'm like, well, yeah, you're asking about lolicon, dude. I don't know what you expected. Like, I don't know what the fuck you expected in that case scenario, but you know, hello. But in terms of like any fucking opinions that you have about Slime Beast, you can have like I'm sure we can all be adults here and have any opinions that we want about each other. Like I'm sure some of you probably don't like some of the shit I've done.
All
Not
right.
that it's a long history of, but like.
All right. Slime Beast is in the call.
Hello.
Hello. Oh my
Sorry, I
god,
was
he's
taking a drink
here.
of water there.
Okay.
So,
Before we start this, I do want to just clarify, just as some general rules. Let's try to keep the drama, or the stuff that we talk about, specifically related to the drama that we're embroiled in right now, and
Right.
not like
yeah, I
drag
mean, the thing is, you're giving me that speech, but this dude's, talking about me.
Yeah, no,
for
I
him,
didn't
so-
give him the speech, and now I'm
Yeah.
giving it to everyone.
Hi, I'm
All
here.
right, so I came here just for one reason, and the reason is the point I'm trying to make by correcting what Mr. Johnson is saying is that you hurt your own credibility when you spread stuff that you've heard that isn't true. And you've done a lot of stuff tonight, sharing some information and, going into various things. And it's really bad in like the final moments to say things that aren't correct and provably false when you've, given all this good information so far. Because it gives an opening for people to say, oh, you're lying about the rest. My profile on YouTube, which is what you're referencing, where you say, oh yeah, his profile, I read his bio and it says he's the top dog and the best. My description on YouTube is World-famous creepypasta author and general badass Slime Beast is perhaps best known for writing the Abandoned by Disney series and training himself to hover 20 feet off the ground at will. Creator of Fearfic, owner of r/creepypasta, and the official creepypasta channel on YouTube. He wrote other stories, but you haven't heard of them. Slime Beast is single-handedly responsible for the destruction of 15,000 Osama bin Laden clones, and the number is rising every day. Once thought of where to get out of a traffic ticket. Coined the terms keyhole fiction, microwave horror, and big burly bungus.
What the fuck is going on?
Trident head screwdriver. Knows all the dirty secrets of Mr. Creepypasta and Creeps McPasta and makes sure their skeletons get enough to eat. So, granted, it does say world-famous creepypasta author at the beginning, but it should be clear that it's facetious.
I mean, I get that it's parody considering the whole added part of like Osama bin Laden. What the fuck was that, Slime Beast?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
The whole point is it's a bloated ego lead-in that then goes off the rails into inventor of the Trident head screwdriver can fly. You know, it's
like some like Umrin Shinrikyo shit.
Yeah.
So what did I miss?
Well, I just want you to know that the ego trip was a meme.
Yeah, he read
the.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know he left. I think he might have DC'd. That happens sometimes, where he'll just like DC and go silent, and we won't know.
Listen, Johnson, I just want you to know the ego trip, the big bad dog part is all a meme. It's a meme.
It was really funny. He's
is,
also
you know,
no. It is
look.
Because he literally says in that same thing you're quoting that he killed like 50,000 Osama clones. Like this is clearly not serious.
That's fair. So I will
That's
say
fair.
What could be more fair than murdering Osama bin Laden clones?
Ladies and gentlemen,
that's like
Slime Beast got him.
I think we've all wanted to. But I believe I've heard a narration. I don't remember who did it of Abandoned by Disney. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I don't remember a lot of it. I read that when I was younger, or I heard it when I was younger. Like a lot younger. That was a while ago.
Yeah. See, there's a.
And I don't know you as a person, bro. Like I by the time you got into the mix, like I said, brother, you poked the beehive. I've just been like mentally tapped, like so many of us.
Yeah, Moth went after Slime Beast first.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't remember that at the time, but that was actually stated in my video.
I do remember how it kind of went down, though.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah. The thing is, too, like, when looking at this whole situation, I don't have a large YouTube audience, but I run a as cringe as it is, I run a subreddit that's like 700 some odd thousand subscribers, different things like that. Not that many views, of course. But when you look at like this whole situation and look at Moth trying to get ahead of me talking about him by insulting me first, like making claims of transphobia and different things like that, you have to look at it from the perspective of he's talking about somebody where he looks at my subreddit and he says 700,000, people. Wow, that's a big.
By King Ken.
I'm just guessing, but it's not based on YouTube views alone. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, you have to also Wet knows this. I know this, but he has like a bit of a hate boner for Reddit. I don't use Reddit myself outside of looking at Bluey memes, so.
I've tried to I'm not defending Reddit. Like Reddit's a cesspool in certain areas. It just like any other platform.
I mean, every social media sucks.
Like we remember, everybody wants to be like, oh yeah, Tumblr was so great back in the day. It's like, brother, I almost got groomed on Tumblr. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what the fuck? It was great. I guess a lot of people had fun on the internet back then, but it's not the same world it was.
Yeah, 2016 was a hellscape, man.
We've got to hold ourselves to standards, and Moth has no problem stepping clean the fuck over them.
And where else but 2012 and 2013 could people put up videos on YouTube where they're literally talking to 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds? TCR probably knows what I'm referencing.
Yeah.
And, literally talking inappropriate to a 14-year-old and two 16-year-olds, and they put the video up on YouTube proudly. And it's like, back in 2012, 2013, a lot of shit flew.
What are you talking about Moth specifically?
No.
Is
This
that-
is.
is that
Don't
a-
worry about it.
okay,
Don't worry.
yeah.
It's
I
in
was
relation
about
to
say,
the.
like, what the fuck
It's
is
a
going on
reference
with
to the
that?
creeps with pasta video.
Yeah, it just is like
Oh, shit.
as time has gone on, people have realized, oh wait, maybe you shouldn't be doing this. Oh wait, maybe you shouldn't be doing that. Like you said, 2016 Tumblr. Oh wait, maybe we shouldn't be doing these certain
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And it's like, you know, there has to be some sort of responsibility for the parent. There has to be some sort of responsibility for the child, but there is undoubtedly some sort of responsibility for the content creator that they're watching. Like
Oh my
it's
god, yes.
you know, it's
Dude.
like you were literally talking to, and I doubt he's watching at this point. Like Moth's like a fucking old man, like he goes to sleep super early. But like if he is, like I strongly like just beg you to fucking look at your kids and like hope to God that they're not watching anybody like you, bro.
Yeah, like it's really like it's funny because it's like you would look at Moth and you like, not to talk about his family too much. We don't probably want to talk about his family.
No, whatever.
People
Hey,
fucking
I don't give a fuck. He wants to call me a
I
cunt.
know.
Like my entire family is doxxed, and multiple people on that server. I don't know how many. It could be dozens of people on that server's families are doxxed, and Moth knew, and he didn't say shit.
Damn. Well, I didn't think we'd get to there.
So fuck that shit. Like I'm sorry. I'm not hostile towards the dude, but at this point I'm disgusted.
I understand. I
I'm
totally understand
disgusted
that.
What
I'm
he's
just-
willing
my-
to fucking do and say and cover up to cover his ass.
Yeah. And I'm gonna bow back out in a second so you guys can get back to your regularly scheduled programming.
No.
but I just wanna
I
say-
appreciate you coming in and clearing the air. You're right. I was wrong. You should be allowed to defend yourself, and people are calling you out.
And- I will say, just before I say the last thing, I'll say one last thing before the last thing. A lot of people conflate people on Twitter or people on YouTube or whatever saying, Slime Beast, what a bigot, or, Slime Beast, he wrote this story and, he thinks it's the greatest thing ever and blah, blah, blah. And I'll respond to people and say, hey, by the way, not a bigot. Or I'll say, hey, by the way, the story doesn't actually include what you're saying it includes. And that becomes conflated later on with Slime Beast can't take any criticism of his stories. And it's like, I'm not talking about the stories or critique of them. I'm talking about people critiquing me as a person.
Right.
But,
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and, I don't even like my own stories, like, whatever. But, the thing is, the last thing I did want to say just before I bow out, if I can remember what the fuck it was, is, oh yeah. The thing with Moth talking about my mother and everything is like, he thinks she's dead. She's not dead. So Moth,
Whoa.
you're attacking
Whoa.
my family.
Plot twist.
Literally.
His mom is alive.
Well,
His
that's
mother
like
was
a good
here.
plot
the whole
Literally
twist.
attacking my
time.
living
That's like a
family,
good
you
plot
douchebag
twist.
piece of shit. Now I'm gonna hang up and drop the mic.
Well, oh shit, he actually did do a mic drop.
What a fucking legend.
What a
Well,
legend! His mom is
I'll say this.
alive. Praise be.
That's like
Not
a
dead.
pleasant plot twist though.
I didn't ask when I did my video, I didn't ask if she was alive or not. It didn't really matter to me, because if she was dead,
To be
then it would have
fair-
been horrible. And if she's alive, then it's like equally as horrible to me. I don't know.
To be
But
fair,
it's
though,
good for him, like his mom's still alive, like,
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
but to
I
be
know.
fair, fucking Plagueball said that she was a fucking maggot-ridden fleshlight on Twitter.
I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm not going to release too much information here because it's sensitive and important, but I'm going to just say what is safe to say. Andrea confirmed really sensitive information about their family, where they live, and what kind of disabilities they are living with that would, like, why would you tell someone that when you
So,
think they're coming
on one
after
note,
you?
like, when and I'm not gonna I'm not gonna speak on his family's stuff. Like I'm gonna keep
I don't care about his
his-
family. I'm not sharing it. I'm just saying, if he
No.
thinks I'm the boogeyman that they say I am, why would they tell me
No.
what they told me?
no
That's true,
when
like, what the fuck?
when Moth came out, like he's not entirely open about his family. Like we all know he has a family. He's open about all of that, and he talks about them often. To the members of the community. Obviously, you know, you don't spread, you know, the man's family's coming and goings.
Right.
But beyond that, like when his daughter was like found to be she had diabetes, they needed help.
Yeah.
And a lot
And
a
those
lot of
kids
people
deserve
rallied
all
together
the
and
help.
helped, you know, and,
Those kids deserve all the help they got.
Yeah,
you know,
I wouldn't argue.
Oh,
with
Because
that.
no
I am
child
thankful that they were
deserves
able
to
to find help.
suffer, right? Like,
You know. So I'd just like to, you know, say like sometimes you have to bring family into it, and you know, then you think of the tragedy of how many people there are that don't have a big platform, you know. Like I can't tell you how many like empty GoFundMe's I've seen in that server. Like people
Yeah.
posting, people like they're homeless, you know, they just got kicked out, they need, you know, their car got totaled, you know, whatever.
I even got some help
boyfriend
from my
left,
community
girlfriend left.
recently. I was $100 below
Oh.
rent, and they did me the favor of like loaning me a couple $100 so I can make it through the end of this month.
Right.
Like, I'm not against communities helping him. I think that his family deserves to be fed, clothed, housed, all that shit. I just don't think he needs to sell gore to do it.
Yeah. Like
And that's the thing. So like he's tried, right? He's tried to make other content. He's tried to go in different directions. He's tried to, you know, go with he tried to do like some Daniel Tosh style stuff, like, you know, like a sketch, like, or not sketch.
Yeah, I
like,
saw some of those.
Yeah, like he called it, what was it, Hellmouth TV, like, and I loved that idea. I was like, bro, that's you. That's you. That's fucking hilarious. And it's not exactly family friendly, like, you know, it's still Moth, but that's shit that you can monetize. You know, and it's like fucking good. Like one thing Moth has always had going for him, he's a damn good editor. You know, he puts a lot of work into his videos, and he turned them out really quickly.
I disagree with you. This guy does not know how to edit. He just has a drag and drop plugin program that he paid $200 for. That's all he's got. He just used pre-made plugins that he paid a lot of money for. There's no edits. It's just
a lot of other people.
It's reaction. I'm not going to praise the guy for making reaction videos when there isn't any editing.
You know, like there's like I said, there's a lot of like documentary style content. It's just the vast majority of it's like reactions or drama. Like the documentary style shit went out the window, like last year.
Right. Right. Well, I guess it's a good part to talk about this too, because we were talking about this when you left, Johnson. About how we were talking about this when you kind of got evaporated. That like a lot of like the comments that I was getting from old Moth fans were that like a lot of his content is like, you know, virtual or digital like self-harm.
And I want to quickly go over something just so I can clarify. I'm not saying that reaction videos are bad. I'm just not going to praise someone for doing a one-take film and then putting in a pre-made intro that just uses Red Giant stock effects. I'm not going to praise that as good editing because, you know,
but the
it's
intro's definitely kind of cool, you know, and I'm gonna be honest, what really did it for me
I could
was
do
the music,
I could do the same thing and I could do that
Like,
same
some of those-
intro
some of
and
those
make it
songs.
look better in an hour.
You know? But they won't have my friend's songs in them, and that's the part I like the most.
Right. Well, and I
know,
think like
That's
editing
like-
is just like an
there's a
objective
bias with me
opinion.
with that. Yeah, there's just a bias with me. I shouldn't say he's like, you know, I'm not saying this dude should like fucking try to get a job at a fucking production company or
Okay,
something.
no. I'm sorry.
saying-
I have a lot of pride in the editing that I do, and I'm a shit editor, right? And Moth is shittier than I am.
I'll say on YouTube, I've been very impressed with Barely Sociable's editing.
Barely
I've been
Sociable's a
impressed.
homie.
I've been very impressed with him. Nexpo doesn't put up. Nexpo and him kind of have the same like video
Editing
I'm
style.
usually expecting a Barely Sociable video. Not necessarily. Well, their editing style is not entirely like similar, but it's close. It's really close. You could tell they talk a lot about like, you know, their tricks of the trade and whatnot.
Right.
But you know, as far as like stuff like that goes, and again, those are other people. They cover similar things. You know, not necessarily gore videos, not like, you know, the worst of the worst, these pedophiles, blah blah blah. But if it's like, fuck man, if Mama Max can like expose pedophiles and do it in a way that like isn't gonna scar children, like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know?
Yeah,
Right,
and like
it's-
and again, I'm not against Moth doing like reactions. I'm just saying that like at the very least, even if I can't stop him from like reacting to gore videos, like he could just be a lot more sensitive about it and realize that he's talking about another human life. Like it's more disrespect. Like it's not about the situations. It's about the victims. Like if you were killed and it was caught on film and it was some dude stomping your head over and over again, and then you had someone like Plague Moth fucking counting it. How would your family react to that content if they were autoplayed into it?
And that's a big fear of mine. I mean, obviously, you know, my fiance, she shares similar interests of mine, which I will say isn't even a drop in the bucket compared to a whole lot of the crazy shit I've seen.
And I hate to bring people's moms into it, but, you know, this is a very mom-centric live stream. You know, I talked to my mom. I got a good relationship with her. And, you know, I mean, I think I put myself in that victim's shoes. And I think, what would my mom do? And she would cry hysterically. She'd get upset. She'd probably start threatening some legal shit. Like, she'd get really fucking mad.
That would make Moth happy, like if his mom did that. That's the core difference between you and him. That would make Moth very happy.
Jesus. Well, that's the thing that we were talking about when you kind of like evaporated too, is that like a lot of the people who were watching Plague Moth's content described what they were doing, like watching his content was mentally damaging to their to their mental health, self-worth, their perspective on the world.
At that point, then like, bro, like straight up, don't watch it. Like,
yeah,
so
and
I'm not gonna say like you can't blame Moth for addicting people to gore, like hardcore.
No, I know.
Like
I disagree. I can blame Moth
for subjecting, like, and giving them the supply. That's no different to, I suppose, a heroin dealer and heroin.
Yeah.
You know, which is horrible. You know, again, we're not defending this. We're not defending this. But what I'm saying is there has to be some accountability on the person. So when they say like, oh, you know, like he was like, you know, it was my mental self-harm. As far as all that goes, like, bro, we all torture ourselves with shit. Like, I've got demons, right? Like, you know, you got to think, and this is the scary part. Like, it's not really scary because, I mean, you know, I'm pretty squeaky clean. I pride myself in being like one of the more vanilla people in that server.
That's kind of fucked up, Johnson. I mean, I know who you are.
But
I'm fucking. Don't read into that. I don't know who he is. I'm making a dark, morbid joke. All right, that is a joke.
Yeah,
you will accept it as a joke, or I will DMCA you.
No,
It's
but
like,
here's the point that I was trying to get at with that. Like, whenever you were not here, I was even saying, like, yeah, part of that is on their responsibility, like, not watching that content. It's, like, using that as a way to digital
I would agree with you for adults. I don't agree with you for children, because children don't know what the fuck they're looking at until he subjects them to it.
Right,
Straight
and,
up,
like,
if you want to digitally self-harm yourself, go on YouTube, look up Boots by, I think it's
no.
Let's not try to hard.
No, it's fine. It's not anything like.
Is it fictional or real?
Well, it's a poem.
Okay.
Oh.
You never mind. Sorry, I thought.
It's a poem.
1900s. But the thing is, like, it is a poem. It's a poem, and more specifically, you can find the recording that certain branches of the military uses to like harden their people, like especially special forces uses to harden their people against like audio torture.
Right, and look, here's the point that I was trying to get at. Right, it's like
that's good for a video for you, bro. That's wild. Songs that offend people.
So here's the thing that I was getting at when I was basically describing it. Like, yes, we understand that there is some responsibility that people seeking out this content have to take, but there's also some responsibility that the creator has, and whatever the creator's intentions are with his videos might not reflect what these people were doing with mental self-harm, right? Like, it's like, obviously Moth is not trying to make this content to make people like mentally self-harm themselves or digitally self-harm themselves. That's obviously not his intention, but people will use that for that reason. And obviously it's not on Moth to claim responsibility for that, but if he's so sensitive about people's mental health, including his own on Discord, why does that not reflect on YouTube? Why does that insensitivity suddenly disappear when it comes to Twitter, when he's attacking people on Twitter, when he's saying, I don't give a fuck if you don't like my thumbnails, get over it, pussy. Like, why does that not reflect? Like, if he's very sensitive to how people are in terms of like their mental health, and he's been putting his mental health through hell for 3 fucking years doing this kind of content, why does that not reflect in YouTube? Why does he have to act like the fucking edgelord of the century instead of just admitting that, like, this shit is mentally damaging and you need to keep your peace, man? Like, it's like, protect your peace, get your head screwed on, like, take a break.
You know, it comes down to, you know, in his mind, it's if it bleeds, it leads.
Right.
You know, it's literally like he fascinates on being able to show people things they haven't seen, right? Like morbid shit.
Right.
But not even just showing them, like telling them about it. You see, and this is the thing, like he's one of those that people think that he's an authority on like gore and stuff like that. I hate to break to a lot of people, but he's really late to the party most of the time. And he's not the best with not spreading misinfo. I'll be real. He
covers the same thing a lot.
At least, like, you know how like you'll ask like opinions if anybody knows any information about anything to your fan base. Not really him, not his style. Like if he doesn't know it or can't find it, and people he doesn't know it, like, I mean, shit, who's gonna fact check him?
Right. Yeah, and it's like, I mean,
and that's the whole thing with the Ripper thing, and that's why it's so fucking convoluted. It's like, who's gonna fact check him?
Right.
When everybody in that server knows damn well, it's like, there's no way Fergie's Ripper. There's no fucking way. That's laughable.
It's really funny that most of his fucking.
Well, how did he get that idea that Fergie was Ripper? By the way,
was some kid in like Australia or some shit either.
Yeah,
like
that's a little bit sketch too, because it's like, how would a 16, 17-year-old know how to find like hardcore on the deep web? You know.
I mean, he probably just knows a guy, and you know, it's all about who you know.
That's true. Well, I guess, like, my main question is, like, I was going to transition to that because you keep talking about, does Play kind of get off on drama a little bit? Like, does the gore god emblem of being infamous and hated by, like, a bunch of people, is that why he won't stop doing this?
He says it in his fucking, like, his billion, like, self-given titles, which, like, by the way, he says people called him that. Like, he fucking called himself all that shit. Like,
but I figured.
If he's the gore god, call me fucking Kratos.
The herder of feelings. Anyways, so, you know, the most infamous YouTuber. First off, he's not the most infamous. He's turning into being one of the most cringy.
I mean, the most infamous would probably be the Fine Brothers, or like one of those sex pest guys.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
Because like everyone on YouTube turned on to Fine Brothers for like that shit that they pulled.
Right, and here's the thing that I was wondering too, because like back in like when this whole thing happened in March, right? We went all of April with nothing fucking happening.
How do Dead by Daylight streamers like talk with their chat, right? Like
right.
How do they do that?
April was great. April was wonderful. I miss April. And then fucking May came around and Moth got really fucking bored for whatever reason and made the fucking creepy reading video out of nowhere. And it's like, why? And it's like, you were out of the woods, but it's like the infamy of being the gore god, the most infamous guy on YouTube. And like, I feel like no one gives him that much attention unless he's in drama, in which case that's when he's finally like being talked about.
Yeah, that's when we found that's when he's peaked, especially like at one point I had like fucking I was paying attention to like stream numbers like weekly and whatnot, depending on what he was like talking about. Like when he streamed video games, which he tried to just like stream video games and shit,
like we're doing right now.
Yeah, horrible turnout, horrible.
Damn.
Like I've seen this dude stream for hours to like fucking 5-6 people. We're not 5-6 people, more like, you know, 10, 20, 30, you know, like
which is the top 20% of, which is the top 10% of Twitch.
You know,
Right.
and you know, I'll give it to him. He tries to entertain. His
Right.
thing is, you know, he doesn't even know where the line is anymore.
Yeah,
You know,
and
at this point, he wants the infamy. You know, which is like, why, bro? Like you built so much.
He had
You
400,000
built so
followers in
much.
3 years.
and
I
yet you'd
mean,
rather
like,
pick fights with people
and
who have
I find that
18K?
telling because I want to point this
And
out, right?
He was on.
This is
on
for
the
like anyone who's like in Moth's corner who may be watching for Moth right now. If Moth like was really being harassed by a cabal of internet predators, specifically that creepy reading, a 350,000 plus follower channel, whatever, like why has no one in the horror community come to stand by him?
That's true. Like, well,
Like why
'cause
why I mean, I'm not going to name
control.
names because like people have come out in support of me, and the people that haven't have a good excuse because Moth keeps sicking his audience on them.
Right.
You know, so
yeah.
I'll say this, and I'm not gonna say any specific names, but throughout this whole ordeal, and Moth, I still hope I hope he's listening. I personally reached out to several people with great voices. They could have had great voices in the situation. That's all I'll say. And part of me wants to believe that they're still paying attention because they said that they would. And
Yeah.
I know that deep down, like, there's no way they're gonna touch that with a 10-foot fucking pole. But at the end of the day, I hope that this guy, like, I hope it doesn't take his idols condemning him. I hope it doesn't take his idols condemning him.
I don't
For him
know.
to see,
Yeah.
like, fucking how far he's gone, because that's literally like
I
I
haven't
don't
been.
know
I have
which other way
not
to put
been trying. I have not been trying to drag giant people into this because I feel like this is like.
Fuck that.
I mean, I'll just be straight. You know, like this is my battle.
It's a
I'm
little
the one who
embarrassing to
poked the
invite bigger
beehive,
content
and
creators
I
to
mean,
the
like,
battle.
let me tell you, there's a lot of creators out there who have their doxes out, and what would Moth do with that?
Yeah, that's
Nothing.
very true.
Moth's not gonna do anything with anybody's
He's
dogs.
been he
Moth is
posted
literally-
my city.
Bro, let me put it this way. That's because he fucking lived around the area. Like he lived up in fucking, what was it, Michigan? Like,
Yeah, I live in
anyway-
Michigan,
anyways,
Pontiac.
Like he fucking, yeah, he lived up for a long time. Like,
I didn't even know he was from Michigan. That's wild. I thought he was fucking.
You really didn't know.
No.
but
I thought the
Damn.
Demon of Detroit was just a meme or some
Beyond
shit that
that.
he was just back with. Huh. I don't. We don't claim him, by the way. I'm just
We
saying.
don't. It's funny too that it was the Michigan homies that ended up taking him down.
So this is the part that people need to understand about Moth, right? They think he's this big scary guy, right?
He's not.
And in reality, he's probably like 6 foot, like fucking, like what, 1 or 2. He's tall.
Yeah, he's tall.
tall.
And skinny as a motherfucker, bro. Like skinny as a motherfucker. So like, come on, man. Like, bro, like you're calling out people's address. Shit, my address is now like fucking. I don't even know who the fuck has it. I've just been told,
that's
hey,
scary,
it's on
though.
this fucking members only thread. And it's like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, it's something I can't even look at if I wanted to. And I was told other people. And it's like, yeah, Moth, don't address that, right? Don't address like your community of people that you got doxxed.
Right.
Don't address that. Fucking, I'm disgusted, bro. Like, and I'm at this point, if I lose friendships over this,
I mean, you are.
I've made peace with the fact that not everybody's gonna see my actions justifiable, but I do hope those individuals would see that my actions were out of love, not only for myself and my community, but them specifically. And seeing like we're all fucking like, and some of us smarter than others. There are many wiser people in that Discord than myself, people that I'd consider mentors, and they know who they are. They're the one specifically I'd strongly consider a mentor, and I feel like they're gonna be disappointed in me for doing this too, just because they're a very private person. But but beyond that, I just needed to get off the fucking train, and I needed to not see my friends fucking crash and burn with it before I did.
Yeah.
Just because we've already all been fucking slandered to hell, you know. I'm not saying like fucking Kiwi Farms are like the most dangerous fucking group of, you know, internet thugs out there, but like there's some degenerate people in this world, and I'm sure some of them use Kiwi Farms.
Right.
I'm sure there's fucking normal people that just like to shit post on there, and I'm sure there's people that just genuinely wake up and choose to go out of their way and piss somebody off. And hey, I've done that too. I'm not, like, throughout all this, I'm not saying my shit doesn't stink. It's like, I was a highly active member in Moth's community. Like, if he wanted, he could pull up some dirt on me, like, of me being like, you know, again, I'm not gonna get political, but, you know, I've got strong opinions on, like,
politics.
I mean, don't we all?
Politics. It's more so like perpetrators of violent sexual crimes, specifically against like children and whatnot. Like I've got
Considering
strong
the
opinions.
things that you've seen just being a part of Moth's community, I can understand
like
the anger. I can
it's like,
understand the anger.
I feel like that and like my Potter posting are the only things I could be attacked for, but it's like, come on, man, I just like the fucking books, bro. And at that,
Again,
you know, hey,
you don't
it's
have...
cool because I like the audiobooks, the ones with Stephen Fry. He's fucking gay. He's gay.
I love Stephen Fry. He's the best.
It's okay. They're whimsical.
He was the fucking narrator for Little Big Planet too. I love him.
Yes. But anyways, I'm sorry, creepy.
It's okay.
It's, well, I mean, I gotta let you know, man. Like, you know, it's.
I'm not gonna
There's
tell
a lot
you
of-
that any opinion you've made or expressed is right or not. I'm not gonna say anything at all. We're just strictly talking about Moth here, and you know, I don't like the whataboutism. You know, like.
Yeah. And I think it's just like there's a lot of deconstruction that comes from being a part of
Oh
that
shit, I'm getting to
circle, too.
Mori. Oh shit, oh no, it's a Plague Moth video. Guys, no.
What do you mean?
I'm playing Dead by Daylight on stream, and I got Mori'd by the killer.
Oh shit.
So I was like, fuck guys, this is a Plague Moth video.
No, it's about to become a Plague Moth live reaction.
I mean, I guess
No,
I'm not pogging right now, so it's not
I'll
really
say
a Plague
this,
Moth video, but...
So, and I don't want to plug the guys' like up and coming work at all, but this is a clear tactic. Like, so Moth right now, I'm fuck man, if I would be shocked. Like he was telling everybody Disturbed Reality was gonna work with him with this next one, right? It's supposed to be like a cartel.
Yeah, I
iceberg.
saw that.
And it's like,
What
first off,
the
why the fuck would you like rank cartel, like, you know? And that's like, you know, at the so if you
Cartel
want to
tier
talk about,
list.
yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
And
it's
literally,
yeah, it's
it's
really
like how fucking corny do you have to be, dude? Are you kidding me? Like, first off, he wants to talk about, you know, oh, he has, you know, fucking all these kids and, you know, this wife, and they're all vulnerable and they're getting harassed. Bro, you want to fucking talk about vulnerable? You want to talk about the cartels publicly like that? You want to tell one cartel they're lesser than another?
Say what you want about Moth.
Bro,
I don't have,
like,
and
you
I don't
kidding
live
me?
with anyone, right? I got my
Like,
roommates.
why the fuck would you
They're
rank
big
cartels?
people. No. Let me
Kill
explain
each other for dominance.
let me explain
Cartels
here,
kill
right?
each other and make those videos for dominance. Why would you rank them?
Right. No,
That's so
what I'm trying
You
to
think they're not in America?
listen. Let me explain something. All right. You know, say what you want about Moth. You know, I mean, I do think it's a bit irresponsible that, like, as a father, he is talking and trying to stir drama online, trying to piss large groups of people on the internet off for very fraudulent and dumb reasons. And then you got the fact that he's covering these cartel videos. And, I mean, like, if he says anything negative about the cartel, he's, like, potentially, like, putting himself and his family in that line of danger. And it's like, why not leave the discussion to people who can't be, like, threatened, you know? Like, what would they do to
He's
me?
almost like a shoutcaster. He's almost like a shoutcaster for it.
Yeah,
Like,
and
Like you said, he gives you a fucking play-by-play. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah, he gives you the. I remember in the flaying video, he gave it a 6 out of 10 for creativity.
Bro,
Like we've already. I've already talked to Moth's mods
And
about the fucking cartel review videos, and they've agreed with me that it's egregious and said that he would stop. So I guess if he isn't stopping that, go fuck him.
you know,
yeah, and here's the thing.
At this point, the mods can only do so much.
Yeah,
And
the mods, and you know what they can do? They could stop
counsel.
associating with him and working with him. Because can I tell you something that's been a frustrating thing with me? There are people in that community, in that server, who constantly are upset whenever I use a screenshot of something they said about me or something that they said in the server. And that screenshot happens to be vital to me proving that I wasn't lying. So they have to come to me and tell me that I'm like, and by the way, there is some people who have asked me to take it, censor their names, and I did censor their names, and those people are valid, and they don't have to worry about me being mad that they asked me to censor something. But it's like, you know, when you got someone in there like named like 420 Cannabis telling me I need to censor their username because someone might like go after them. It's like, excuse me, just stop calling yourself Cannabis. How many people on Discord do you think are named Cannabis?
He just likes weed, you know, like that's his whole thing. He's a pretty private person. He's a recluse, I'd say.
It doesn't like it doesn't really matter though, because if you're gonna sit there in a public ass server, and I know it's not. I mean, I know that it's technically behind a paywall, but just because you paywall something, if you're saying it in front of 4,000 people, it's pretty fucking public. Especially when those 4,000 people are coming to me and telling me to kill myself.
Oh, bro, there were some lurkers in there. Dog, like, at any given time, it felt like almost like you knew you were being, like, anything you said was probably getting viewed, like, 50 to 100 times.
Yeah,
like,
and
just by people that would never reply. We're just in there.
Yeah, and the thing is that, like,
number.
and the thing is that, like, these people are coming at me. I'm not even allowed to screenshot what they're saying about me. I'm not even allowed to defend myself in this guy's eyes. Because if I talk about the DMCA,
point, like,
I get privacy
the narrative's
complained.
Obvious, you know.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not even like at this
obvious.
point. He doesn't even like want me to have the luxury of being allowed to defend myself. You know, I let Moth say whatever he wanted. I let him use my fucking real picture in countless tweets that I didn't report. I let him use my full ass face in like the thumbnail and in the video, and I let him call me Austin Porcock, and I let him tell people what my middle name is, and I let them like, and I let him keep doing all this with the expectation that I'd be allowed to defend myself. And I can't even do that without this guy like claiming generic screenshots of fucking kiwi farms. Did I mention that, by the way? One of the things that he privacy complained was a screenshot of Kiwi Farms homepage that I use as a stock asset when talking about Kiwi Farms. I got it off of Google image search, by the way, if you want to go look for it for yourself. It didn't have Moth in it at all, but he still claimed it.
Oh, that's what he claims? That's so weird.
He claimed 4 things. It was the use of his full name when showing the cease and desist. I figured that would have been fine because he, like, shares his full name on YouTube, and he shares his full name.
DMCA people, yeah, it's like this content was copyright claimed by his legal name.
Yeah. So I figured that, like, this guy has 400,000 followers with a pretty documented history on the internet, whose name is all out there. It's fine to talk about it. It's fucking fine. Like I honestly thought I was into fine, but you know what? He privacy complained it. YouTube sent me an email, said that I had to censor the use of his real name. I did. They also pointed out 2 other timestamps, and the only 2 other timestamps that were pointed out was the use of the Google Images screenshot of the Kiwi Farms homepage. So I just censored the whole fucking page.
That's so funny.
That's why there's a blur over to Kiwi Farms homepage, because Moth thinks it hurts his privacy. Now, I will say that, like, yeah, what those people are leaking and like some of the stuff that is posted there is like, you know, like these people dox people all the time. They
Right.
what they do isn't good, and I wouldn't want to direct people at it if Moth wasn't trying to tell people that I'm from Kiwi Farms and trying to hurt him. The only reason why I have to bring up Kiwi Farms is to say my screenshots are my own. I didn't get them from there, and if you want to double check me, you can fucking do that. This is something we can prove, gentlemen. You don't just have to say it.
Right. Well, just back to the general like conversation in terms of like doxing and stuff like that. And I really want to stay very clear from talking about his family because he asks us not to, and he gets really upset when he talks to, and I don't want to. But the fact that he's planning to make videos that talk specifically about like the cartel and rating their videos and stuff like that.
Moms.
Like, first of all, Creepy made a good point earlier in the drama, that talking about the cartel like that and rating their videos off of creativity and stuff, that only promotes the cartel. That doesn't exactly like call them out in any sort of way. Like that, what you're doing is disgusting.
Yeah, when you're sitting there
of the content.
Yeah, he's literally like, saying that this content. He's like, oh yeah, that wasn't really that shocking. You know, like eating the kid's heart afterwards, that was pretty creative. But like, you know, that's only gonna. I mean, like I've seen worse. There's worse that existed in the world. I give it a 6 out of 10. Like, why are we rating tragedies?
Yeah, that's so weird. And like doing that doesn't really
9/11 tier list when like.
So there's a lot of discussion.
By the way, we just got a super chat. Thank you, Thrash Metallics. Hey, after watching your video, I just wanted to give you some good vibes for your mental health and struggles. Keep fighting a good fight, man. I just want to say thank you for helping me get a new Chromebook, which is what I'm working on getting. This I'm also just kind of venting because I'm just really fucking sick of constantly having my videos flagged and my Patreon flagged and like having to explain to people that I'm working with what's going on with me, because every time I talk to someone on Twitter, Moth's got to go talk to them too. You know, like if I have a friend who's publicly associated with me, he's got to start calling them groomers. If I ever like
I believe he went after Scare Theater.
He like
that shit was so fucking
like
stupid.
let's go over that. Let's go over that.
Scare Theater went on a fucking year hiatus and he just came back, bro. Like what?
Like okay,
Dude,
Scare Theater, straight talk. Like let's talk about Scare Theater for a second, right? Scare
You
Theater.
just
When I used that video from Scare Theater, I took it from his channel. It's a public video that Scare Theater made that made me believe in a certain way that I now disagree with. In that video, in the context that that Scare Theater video was used in, I say that Scare Theater, right, made this video, and that left me with the understanding that Daisy's was harder to find than what Moth was purporting. And that's why I thought that he might have had access to it. I now understand that Moth is a liar.
Right? Like, that's subjective, right? So,
right.
And it's
I didn't make any claim. I was just explaining my thought process of why I said something 5 months ago.
Right.
Yeah, like, on the grand scheme of things, it's a very infamous video, right? It's made by a horrible, evil man, but he is just one of millions of producers of these videos that operate yearly. You know, and it's staggering, especially in the Philippines. Like, Moth literally could have fucking made a highlight of why are all of these, like, these American and Australian and British pedophiles moving to, like, the Philippines? Like, why are they all, why do we keep hearing about them all going to the Philippines? You know, like, but there was none of that. Just like with the Ronnie McNutt video, he could have
He made another Daisy's Destruction video. Like,
yeah, he milked the shit out
Dude,
of it. Just like
no. Like during the drama, he made another Daisy's Destruction video and only talked about it in a way to defend himself.
Dude,
Yeah,
I shit you not. That video
it's like,
is
bro,
so
nobody's
fucking
saying
funny.
he made the video. Nobody's saying he made the fucking video. Nobody's saying he watched the video.
And just so we are aware, I took back what I said the day after I said it and then pinned it to my profile. the screenshot that Moth uses all the time, pay attention to how many views it has. Notice how it has like 5 likes. Notice how the one where I correct myself has a shitload more views, a shitload more likes, and has been seen by significantly more people. The reason why people keep harping on the idea that I accused him of having access to daisies is because Moth keeps showing that screenshot that of this like small thing that was like a side in a reply to a reply to a reply that I took back almost instantly, corrected myself both on video, on the YouTube channel, in community updates, on my Twitter, and in my most recent video, and still he fucking runs with it because it's like his only valid claim where I fucked up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
apparently I'm just a cunt. Like, Jesus
so
Christ.
So am I, what? It's
Like,
okay.
out of everything, like,
Thanks for the $10
I'll take
dono, Jordan. I salute
Not-
thee.
I need to tell people, like, I need people to understand this because we're talking about Daisy in the context of that he made a separate video during the drama, right? I shit you not.
Scare
This video
Theater.
is
I don't
so
even know
fucking
if Scare
funny.
Theater
Well-
knows about the tweet Moth made, and I'm not going to comment on
I
whether.
doubt that he does.
Because,
doubt
like,
that
here's
he
the
fucking
thing.
does.
Moth said it on a tiny fucking Twitter account with almost no likes where no one was allowed to reply but Scared Theater. Of course he didn't fucking see it.
yeah,
Right.
right.
But here's
Um,
the thing, I want to put this out there real quick. The fucking video that he made during this drama, like especially after the slime beast stuff, is so fucking funny because literally that video, I have it saved, is literally just him being like, "Hey, this is how you can actually find access to Daisy currently on the surface web, especially on all of these social medias." And it's like, why the fuck is your defense for not having Daisy as your like accessible to you currently? Why the fuck is your defense being like, "Hey guys, you know what? Where Daisy can actually be viewed? On the fucking surface web on these social media pages." Let me tell you how upset I am about how all these kids on TikTok are learning what Daisy's is. Anyway, so it's also getting posted
It's
all
also-
over Instagram, by the way. It's
Check
like,
TikTok.
dude.
It's all over the place. You know, people are jump scared, and it's like, Moth, why does your content pipeline involve you being jump scared with one of the most sadistic child porn videos ever made? Like,
know,
why
like,
does your
it's bad.
content pipeline, according to his words, not mine, involve him getting repeatedly jump scared all the time with like
Daisy.
with daisies?
So I'll say this, and this is important. This is actually where I came into this entire situation. Was in hopes to clear up all of the confusion with daisies. As far as TCR, so he was informed of what he was talking about because this
Yeah,
isn't a
please
topic you
do.
expect people to fucking know. So this is where I actually got involved in the entire situation as far as TCR. Of course, Lazy, I started talking to you a little bit later.
Yeah,
I'm so
was,
gonna get
you know-
clip monkeyed in this video.
I love that for you.
Yeah.
But okay, we got a $5 donation. I'm just gonna answer that real quick, and I'll let you go back on and explain a bit of Daisy's in the most respectful,
Gotcha.
non
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not giving
Please.
out. Yeah, no.
No,
we're
you
not-
don't.
we're not
There's
talking
some things
details
that
here.
are best not known, like
I
worse
think-
than
I think- I
Junko,
think
worse
it
than
would just be-
anything. I still don't know what is in
I'll say
Daisy's,
this.
and I'm so fucking glad I don't know what's in
I'll
Daisy's.
say this, not worse than Junko. That Junko, that was, we're talking that was beyond human.
Right.
Like that was beyond human like cravings.
Right. But we'll
You
just
feel- you
let
feel
me
like even the evil ones like that was.
Yeah, that
what
that
happened
that
here.
Wikipedia page is cursed. I swear to
It's-
God.
it's-
Honestly, I felt more dread reading that that Wikipedia than I did watching Terrifier.
Yeah.
But I'm just gonna we got a $5 dono from Pigman5, and they said, with this hopefully being the end of the Plague Moth saga, what other videos can we hopefully see from you coming soon? We are currently working through cartoons that dealt with serious issues. We're going to be talking about cartoons that had the balls to talk about sadness, depression, suicide, 9/11, AIDS, you know. I got an
Sorry.
interesting.
News,
I got an.
spoiler, Bluey's on the list like 4 times.
I'm going to make the Bluey segment like like just Bluey, and it's going to be like 3 7-minute segments. So it would be like the same amount of content, but 3 different episodes because each episode's 7 minutes.
I need an excuse to watch Bluey other than like actually having a physical child on TV to watch.
Just
Bluey.
watch it. Just watch it.
Like...
It's so good. It makes me not sad anymore. Bluey made it so that I didn't want to die.
I feel weird about it.
Like straight talk. When the I'll be real about Bluey.
I so much in Bluey.
I
It's
would
like my favorite show for my son to watch.
and
Daniel Tiger.
I've been watching Bluey ever since the Moth shit started because I just needed something that wasn't horror, that wasn't like so beyond fucked to enjoy. Like, you know, because like I'm sitting, I go to work, you know, to work on like investigating this Moth shit situation, trying to get evidence, proof, talking with people, going over the script, having people proofread the script, having a different group of people proofread the script, making edits, changes, working with my editor, making sure that he has all the documentation that he needs, blah, blah, blah. Like there's so much to go over and so much to do that my day is inundated with constantly thinking about these fucked up videos that this guy made. And it was really messing with me. Bluey made it possible for me to enjoy stuff that wasn't morbidly messed up, that I could just enjoy. You know, like, I don't know, Bluey fucking hell. I don't know if I would have been able to make it out of this without Bluey. I'm gonna be completely honest. Sleepy Time was my like go-to.
You know, a community based around, you know, the niches of like more morbid stuff. Those deserve to exist for I believe keep, you know, adults, you know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of adults, especially in that server, they're not comfortable talking about a lot of this stuff around children anyways. So that's why a lot of them strictly spoke, you know, in 18 plus.
Right.
I
will let you.
There's a lot of instances of the opposite and all sorts of other stuff, you know. So it's a rabbit hole in itself. Just the interactions with the different people coming and going.
We got another $5 donator, Aster. I cannot offer much as I am disabled. I was not aware of the drama, but I am here to support you as much as I can. Also, next video sounds great. Thank you. I want to get back to talking about cartoons again. I wanna take a break from fucked up YouTubers for like a month or two before I do dangerously stupid YouTubers. So I want to do a cartoon video, and then I want to do the next part in the Disturbing Games iceberg. But I'm looking, I need to find a 3D modeler blender guy to help me with a shot I want to do. So, yeah.
A break would be nice, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I thought that I would be really upset, like getting kicked out of Hive Mind. Like, I'm be honest. It the way it happened, it was almost like, you know, I don't even care. Like, you know, there was a smile on my face. I was just laughing. It was funny the way it happened. Like, accepting that request into your server, I knew like somebody's gonna see this and it's gonna work its way back to Moth quickly. And it just that was like I guess that was me finally just throwing my hat in the ring, being able to say my piece. And then I plan on moving well beyond that. The friendships I've made can remain. If they don't, then, you know, I'll miss them dearly. I hope they all get the fuck away from Moth, because it's like that dude is genuinely like bad for your health. Like, genuinely, he to call it a pity party would be a gross understatement. So we're talking about a guy. Let's break down his financials, right? And I'm not going to get into his business. I don't know exact numbers. I know what he's said, right? And I've also heard him call people like little broke, boohoo, poor bitch babies and shit. Like, especially on Reddit, like the Reddit arguments, that they were just they were amazing. They were hilarious. They were horrible, but they were, yeah. So he made, like, conservatively, he said like 10 grand a month off that Patreon, right? So this is a person that not only, you know, he operated that Patreon at peak for, I'd say, over a year. You know, you're talking 6 figures at that point. You know, so at that, you're not taking into account, you know, that's not YouTube money. Obviously, YouTube's not paying him. But you have, you know, sponsors. You have, you know, all of the donations. We're not talking about the constant money that, you know, his community would send him. I've sent this fucking guy money when I barely had money to fucking pay for my own shit. You know, but me out of concern, this guy's like fucking, you know, oh man, I haven't eaten Taco Bell in a really long time. It's like, brother, I got you. Send you $10 for fucking Taco Bell. That I've got like fucking, you know, at the time I just paid, you know, all my shit, and I'm waiting like fucking before I could get anything luxurious. I sent him money, and it's like, so I'm a cunt, right? I'm a cunt. That's fucking cool. But meanwhile, you have mentally ill fucking people in your server that are talking about they're homeless and shit, and you're taking fucking money from them.
Right.
You know, you're as soon as this shit goes down, as soon as the Patreon goes down, you're broke. You know, you're broke all of a sudden. Where'd all of that fucking money go? Bro, I provide for 3 people by myself. You know, and I'm gonna be real, I wasn't making nowhere as close to 10 grand. So it's like, what the fuck? You know, genuinely, what the fuck? Like, to the point to where, you know, you want to call me a cunt, but you're going to take fucking several $1,000s worth of GoFundMes immediately from your community. And then on top of that, you're going to say you still need more. And then on top of that, you know, you want to fucking play this new video game for the stream of like fucking 20 people. And then on top of that, you want to fucking, you know, do this and fucking, I don't know I don't understand how the guy's constantly fucking broke. I understand it's a struggle, and I understand medical bills are serious. What I do not understand is how he could fucking, like, just manipulate the fuck out of the people willing to give him their last dollar. And with a smile on his fucking face, you know, call them cunts.
Dude, I will say this, right?
Hey,
I
want to stop the conversation here, and you know, we should. I want to take some time. Wet Johnson here was not the only person like passing screens to me. I had like I had an amazing group of people behind the scenes that were helping me keep sane and safe, and I want to thank 2 of them right now so we can make this perfectly fucking clear. A person who goes by the name of Parentiegon. If they have a Twitter or if they want me sharing that information, I will post that in the I'll post that wherever they want me to. I'm going to be updating the description for those of you got there to, if you want, you know, whatever, so they can have their credits. But Parentiegon seriously went above and beyond, and without some of their screenshots, that video would not have been able to be made.
Parentiegon's the GOAT.
Parentiegon really was clutch here. And I don't want to make it seem like it was just me. I mean, between everyone that has touched a script and I've talked to and all that, there's been like 50 to 75 people that I've had to talk to that had to go through this. But there are the core group of people behind the scenes, you know, like me, Lazy, obviously. And in the beginning, it was a lot of Wet Johnson, but eventually that turned into Parentiegon and Spinling, who went out of their way to not only like get in Moth server, but like send stuff over.
That was some sleeper cell shit. I have no idea who they are.
I just those people. I didn't.
I was suspecting other friends at that
I
point.
I don't want to sit here and take all the credit for this stuff, and obviously I can't invite 10 people to be in this call, because if I did, it would be ridiculous. But those people, I'm going to be updating the description of this video that include their credit too. I'm going to write something nice for them, because those people made it so that I could defend myself, and I wasn't able to defend myself before. You saw the previous live stream, guys. Like, you saw how bad that really got for me, you know? I mean, I had the fucking thing set to like subscriber mode, right? Subscriber only, but like you had to have been subscribed for like a week.
Right.
Like, that's how bad it was getting. And I guess what I'm saying is that those people deserve the credit that they get. And I probably should have did that at the beginning of the stream and throughout the whole stream. All you guys, I really do appreciate you. And I don't say that enough.
Yeah, and
Cheers,
I just wanna point out again, I mentally tapped out by the time the whole slime beast thing went about.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
could
I
be
don't even
somebody that
blame you.
Moth entirely went up against. Like I've seen Moth attack people, so I have no doubt in my mind like that's definitely fucking on the table no matter what the context. Moth's definitely a swing first kind of guy.
Right.
Online, I feel like he's the exact opposite in real person. But I mean, hey, you know, that's whatever.
Right.
And beyond that, it's just fucking, it's sad that all of these people get roped into this situation, and that, you know, it not only, you know, I'm not gonna say that your career was at risk, because I mean you're doing just fine. You've been here for a long while, Creepy. You know, you seem to have this whole thing figured out pretty well.
I'm a fucking
course.
Moth historian at this goddamn point, and don't think
A
I
Moth
want
historian,
to.
Oh my god.
I don't want to be that, but I can tell you pretty much this guy's entire YouTube career because he forced me to in order to make that video.
Which it's wild. Like it's at this point, I was waiting for like the lol cow phase, and then I felt like it was already happening. And
He's
I'm
been a
conflicted
horror
on
cow
that
for like
still.
a while, dog. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
No, not a horror cow, a lol cow. Just like
Oh.
fucking, just to the people that, you know, they don't want no beef. They just fucking, they look at it and it's like fucking idiot. Like,
Yeah, right.
and I'm gonna be honest. So as far as all of this shit goes, I am of the firm opinion like his career would be doing fantastic if he'd have ignored all the drama, like from
Oh.
the get. Like I'm gonna be real. Like what he does sells. Like and that's the scary part. It sells. It
Right.
sells. People eat that shit up. I've like there are so many people that have come and gone, and you the first thing they fucking ask about in that server, it's a lot of the time it's the same. Obviously,
just-
there's a lot of people in that server that don't.
I want
consume gore in any
to
medium.
start
Like,
winding
that's
down
important too.
because I got to be at work in 6 hours. So let's all say our goodbyes, say our final things.
Were we not going to touch on
Well-
Daisy one more time and like address it like
Did we want?
like appropriately, or did we not want to do that?
I would say probably just for good measure.
Yeah, Johnson, I'll let you do
So,
that.
so quickly, daisies. It's really important to note that people, and when I say people, I mean like true degens, like fucking bottom of the barrel, just fucking scumbags on the internet would use that video to troll people. They would like clip videos, like we've all seen that kind of video where it's like one thing and you think you're watching like some random mundane shit that's just gonna like keep you looking at it, and then it swaps to something fucking horrible, like a jump scare.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've had shit like that all over the internet on plenty of different platforms. And sometimes like Daisy's destruction has been known to pop up in those ways.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm pretty
clips
sure
of it.
like
Especially within the gore community, which that's the thing, that's taboo. People that
Right, I'm pretty
genuinely
sure, like,
people that genuinely consume morbid content condemn, you know, child porn like above all else.
right.
Like they're fucking they're
I mean, you
outliers,
kind of
and there are
have to
people-
when you watch that content, and they're like
Yeah.
they get mixed, you know.
Yeah, and it's
You know, you gotta
especially
think-
important to remember. This is what I just read, so you can correct me if I'm wrong about this. But from what I understand, from what Tethys's research was, one of Ripper's illegal creations, because he's made legal stuff, was putting Daisy in its entirety in one of his mixtapes. So like, it doesn't shock me at all that people try to remix Daisy into like mundane shit. Like, we're not saying that that's not possible. It's just like, you know, how Moth goes about addressing how he saw Daisy by constantly changing the story and lying is fucking sus, dog.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, the best
And
advice I can give Moth at this point is like, dude, just say you lied. Say that you just saw Daisy, like, when you said, I saw Daisy struck an accident on 4chan, say it was a lie. Because you were just trying to be edgy with your fan base and trying to be like,
Well,
ooh,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
one
honest,
up them
that's
all and say,
definitely
this is the most disturbing
plausible.
thing I saw.
Like I'm not gonna throw out people's privacy, but I know genuinely good people that are browsers of 4chan that have come across that same, like, fucking very, very ill-conceived troll.
Right.
And it's prevalent, and it's not just stuff like that. So while all this stuff was going on, I remember one of you were saying that somebody was getting spammed with like gore on Twitter.
It was
And
fucking,
shit, like,
it was,
while all this was going on.
Mango. Mango was
Yeah.
getting spammed with CP when she came out against,
Yeah,
or when they
while
came
all
out
this
against.
was going on,
Yeah. But I think it's
You
really
know, so it's prevalent, you know, and I'm not saying that Moth was targeted when he saw that. I'm saying that he fucked around and he found out.
Mhm.
And that's a danger with like, especially with fucking just trying to like fucking satiate, you know, that dark question, you know, of like, you know, is what's the most depraved shit a person's ever done? You know, we've all thought about it in some capacity.
Mhm.
You know, just like who's the most evil person on earth? You know, that's
There
such a
used to be
subjective
a
question,
TV show called Most Evil I used to watch, and there would be like this
right?
British guy going like, "Ah, yes, when exploring the most evil minds, we have created a list of 1 to 100 to like that puts in all these like factors into it, like age of the victims and like ability to understand what they were doing and you know that kind of thing. It was pretty cool. We got a
Honestly,
Yes,
$10
indeed.
donation. Shannon Marie, I'm sorry you and others are dealing with the mean girl moth. Um, I hope you have a good day. You are better than this and deserve none of it. None of you do. And
I understand that was a typo. That was so funny.
that's and the thing is too, if Moth were like to come forward today and be like, I'm fucking sorry, I don't want this drama anymore, like
He
would just
never will.
stop, I would stop. We would all stop, you know.
I'd
But
be
he
cool
won't.
with that. I miss April, by
Brother,
the way.
that's like wishing for rain in a drought.
And again, I really do want to
Or
put
he'll do it and then
emphasis
he'll make a
here
video
that
about,
my video would
bro,
not
he'll
be
be like,
possible without the homies providing me with help. All right, not a single person couldn't fucking make that video because of what Moth did, what he obscures, and what he deleted. That's why I put the word deleted evidence in the title because in the thumbnail, it's because he deletes everything. And if it wasn't people boots on the ground sending me stuff as it's happening, it wouldn't be there by the time I would have had a chance to see it.
Mm-hmm.
People like
so
Spinling, people like Parenti, you know, there were a lot of people, and there are even probably people that I'm fucking forgetting right now, and that's a little scary.
yeah, yeah,
But the point is that
they know who they are.
they fucking know who they are, and they know that they're amazing. And I guess it took a fucking community effort to get Moth to knock it off, kinda.
I mean,
Which
Be
is
real.
which is like
He's
for
gonna
real.
like digitally waterboard my friends. Like, you fucking in on it?
You fucking in on it?
You fucking in on it?
No. But nah, I don't want to keep fighting with Moth. This isn't like a back and forth. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, like, there's nothing to debate or talk about. He lied. It's provable. We have the audit logs that shows when he deleted a room. I have screenshots that I can prove I took at the times in which I took them, either by showing the original metadata, or I could easily just say that this screenshot didn't fucking exist. So I would have had to have gotten it from somewhere else. And I'm telling you that the most likely answer to that is when I paid $5 to enter a server.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like, the fact that that's even having to be proven still is fucking wild. It's like, bro, like, why? First
So-
off, why
so,
why would you even lie about it?
I've been your
it's-
host, that creepy reading. Wait, do we already explain what we need to explain? With daisies?
yeah. Basically, it's highly possible you saw it on accident because of how like, people like Ripper who remix it, and it's like the most infamous thing, and people try to scare people with it because they're edgy. But it's most likely that Moth just lied about it to try to be edgy, and like now it's biting him in the ass, and now he has to give a million explanations.
Yeah.
When he doesn't need to. Like, bro, just say you lied. Just say you lied. It's not that hard. Or even better yet, just say that it was remixed in a mundane video and it popped up. Like, that's also equally as possible. Like, please stop changing your story, man. It's making me crazy. I'm going insane.
I'm gonna be honest, like, so I really, like, before I found Moth, but especially after, I wanted to do, like, YouTube stuff, right? And I had the means. I mean, I feel like I'd be alright at it. And I came to find throughout that first I wanted to be like, you know, he's doing, in my opinion, you know, he made so many bad decisions. at this point. Like, you know, it's like you could have done so many things so much better. You could have actually made a difference, you know. And no offense to any other YouTubers, in my head I'm like, this guy's a fucking, like, when it comes to like taking criticism and like constructively working on your craft, this guy's a fucking, like, if he could do it all.
I'm
the vast
telling
majority
you,
of people that really put their weight, like,
the reason why
their-
Moth is successful is
their
because
hat in the
it's
ring
the
could.
only place where you can get that content, and that's why his audience abandons him the moment he doesn't talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
well,
It's
Yeah,
sad.
on that
It
note, I mean,
sucks. It fucking
I've pretty much
sucks that
said
he
everything I have
can't
to
make
say.
money on YouTube
I,
without talking about gore, but that's what happens when you don't put any effort into your editing, your presentation, or your personality.
This popcorn's delicious. I don't know
bro,
about
he
y'all.
put a lot into personality. It was just in the wrong. It was
I
in the
mean,
wrong
if your
places.
personality is I'm a victim of a
is.
cabal of predators, then sure, but I just don't think that's like sustainable, dude.
I don't think it is either.
No.
Anyway, I think we've ran our course here. I've been your host at Creepy Reading. I've been live with Lazy Bedhead, and
That's me.
I appreciate Johnson for coming on. If I
Thank
had
you, Johnson.
if
You're the
I had
goat.
more energy and time, Spindling would be in this call right now. It's just a matter of how many people that are in here.
Part 2 stream? Part 2?
I don't want a part 2 Moth
Maybe
stream,
another day.
but maybe like a stream on something else because
We
I just,
never know what he's gonna do. For all
Nah.
we know, bro,
who fucking
like,
knows? Who fucking knows?
He's probably. I'm gonna be real. He's pissed. He's mad.
I'm
Like
sure he is.
he's really mad. Like, and I hope he knew when he kicked me that this was he knew I wasn't gonna keep my fucking mouth shut. He knew I wasn't. I talk way too fucking much already.
Yeah,
Right. This was the biggest fucking mistake you could have ever made.
right. But
I mean,
Uh,
it's like it's a little liberating. I'm gonna be honest.
before we
Like,
go,
it's
don't harass Moth. Don't fucking engage him. Like, seriously.
He's annoying.
Like, you know what he's already done to me. Don't put yourself in that line of fire. Social media pages will not defend you, and I'm not going to make a part 2 to help you, all right? We're done. Moth's fucking just needs to knock it off, leave me alone, and just admit that he lied. He's never going to do that, but, you know, I don't really need him to. I think everyone fucking knows at this point.
Yeah, the only like
Yeah,
Plague Moth related stuff that should be coming out is like my videos, but like other than that, will be done after I'm done editing these and going back to regularly scheduled programming as well. But
Right.
those videos will be fun. I'm sure.
Slime Beast just
Well,
said,
alright, you
I'm
guys-
getting word that what Johnson is evil McMade up man. Moth tomorrow.
what?
He's making a joke because Moth's gonna like accuse you of being Fergie.
Yo.
What?
my
No.
God.
Okay, so first off, right? Just putting it out there. I'm not Fergie.
He ain't
Fergie has a
Fergie.
face.
Put it.
You have a face.
The thing
Like-
is, so he can't do that. He can't do that. Like I'm way too like I'm the 4th most active fucking person on the server. They're gonna have to spend months and months. And
Nah,
months
dude, you were
of
just friends
activity
with
just to pull
Fergie,
me out of the
man.
top 10.
And
I've
in my
never-
private VCs where I hurt children apparently.
No, I've never personally talked to the guy. I mean, fucking, you know, chat logs exist, and of course, you know.
I mean, he
he's-
doesn't care
he's
about
going off
chat
in
logs. We
comments
don't
and-
need that.
Right.
Yeah, no,
We can just say
it's-
it. That it,
No,
it's
he
dumb.
was.
It's fucking
It
dumb.
was a love story, man. He was in love.
All right.
He looked up to him, and the apple fell a little bit too far away from the tree.
All right. Well, I'm going to
Yeah.
head out. Thank you for coming. Thank you for donating, and I appreciate all of you. Have a good one.
Bye.
And end.
And we're done.